Hey, there we go. All right, we're live. Sorry for the technical difficulties, guys, but what's going on, nerds? It's another week of comic book news, reviews, and pop culture commentary, and I'm joined by these two young gentlemen from Comics Elite. What's going on, guys? Good to see y'all.
Hey,
Hi.
it's going well.
Yeah.
Good, yeah. I know that there's been some books coming out this next week, the week of, what would that be, like the 15th? That I think you guys were reading this, this weekend. That we're saying we're not so great, but we've got a book that we're going to go over tonight that's pretty badass. Real quick, Jacob Ironside, what's going on, man? Good to see you. Legion of Comets, what's going on, brother? Good to see you as well. And Mark McGrath, who's down with MVP? Are you guys down with MVP?
You know me.
You know me. Hey, Eric O'Sullivan.
There he is. What's up, soup. There he is.
There he is. Always good seeing you guys. Thanks for being here.
Better be making that French onion soup. I got on his case about that. Hope he's working on that French onion. I see a lot of love for tomato. I see a lot of bias toward chicken noodle. But I see no talk, no discussion, even about French onion. I got to work on that.
I don't know, man. Chicken soup is just so it's a staple. It's a classic. You drink it when you're sick. You drink it when it's raining outside. It makes you feel good anytime. Like that chicken broth is just perfect. I don't know. I think it's a good one, but I don't know.
No, it is.
It is.
Yeah.
It's very basic bitch of me, though. So. Well, let's get right into it. There's plenty of news that we'll go over tonight, but the first thing I wanted to go over was whenever this book comes out, we have to go over it because I just think it's at this point it's near perfection. Batman and the Joker, Deadly Duo by Mark Silvestri. We're on issue 4 of this series, and it just continues to pump out the best story, the best art, the best Batman. Like, I think you guys said it in your video this week. If you're not reading this book, you're wrong.
Yes. Yeah. Effectively. I mean, there's no other way around it. I mean, if you're only reading the current Batman run by Chip Zdarsky, you are wrong. If you're reading Batman Urban Legends, you are wrong.
You are wrong. If you're reading I Am Batman, you are wrong.
You're wrong. Well, fortunately, that all comes to an end this upcoming week, so they can't use that excuse anymore.
Yeah.
But this is just, I don't want to say perfect, but it is just a near perfect comic. It really is.
I agree. It's got everything, and one of the great things that I've noticed about it, especially in this issue, even more so than some of the previous ones, but we get so many different characters, and they all sound different.
Yes.
It's the same thing that we see in World's Finest, and why I give World's Finest such high praise is because each one of those characters sounds like I'm not reading the author, I'm not reading someone, I'm not reading an editor, I'm reading the characters. And we'll get into some examples of that, but cheese and broccoli. Okay.
Jeff Field.
Yeah. Broccoli cheddar soup's good.
Yeah.
Love the French onion. I get it every time I see it on the menu. Nice. I actually made gallons of chicken soup.
Ooh, man.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
Did you finally get the new Marvel Man? Ooh.
Yes, I did. Stay tuned for when Wes and I do our top picks of the week. That's coming up.
Nice. Rudy, what's up, brother? I saw Rudy at the comic convention last weekend with Aaron Sparrow and Aaron Lepresti. Yeah,
we're very jealous of you guys. That sounds like it was amazing. And wow, I wish I could have hung out with you guys. And hung out
kind of pissed off, actually.
I kind of hate you, so I'm gonna leave the stream. No, it was a ton of fun. And it was great because, like, I don't know, I think I kind of spoke to you guys a little bit about this this past week, but like Aaron Sparrow, myself, and then one of Aaron's friends, we were kind of at Aaron's booth for most of the time, and we were just all kind of shooting the shite and having a good time, having a blast.
Mhm.
And we were joking, we were making fun of people on Twitter, and you know, we were talking like we were on a stream, like how we normally do like this.
Yeah.
But we were talking in real life and having those conversations. And in the middle of our conversations, like you'd get 2 to 3 people lining up going, "Hey, Aaron, could you sign this book real quick?" And be like, "Yeah, absolutely." And then like one guy brought his entire Miss Marvel series. One guy brought his entire like, you know, Ultimate X-Men run, and like all these different variants that Aaron's been on. And we're getting them signed. And so it was a really cool crowd, and it was very cool to see, you know, like comic collectors. You know, there were no anime booths, there were no manga booths, there were no cartoon booths, or it was just
No mystery box booths, no
loot crate. Yeah.
See, those are my favorite conventions, you know, and that's why I love going to, and I want to go back to it again, is the in Connecticut, the Terrificon. That is arguably my favorite convention I've ever been to, because it is a straight up comic book convention with comic book creators. You got legends there. That is my favorite show. And yeah, I would love to go back there again.
Hell yeah. I truly like, there's so much fun. And I actually saw a couple YouTube creators, like a couple speculator guys that are in that, like Comic Tom, Very Gary. Who's the guy who wears the beanie, who has like a thicker beard, darker skin? He's on with Comic Tom every now and then. He had his own booth set up and plenty of keys behind him. And, you know, so you get a lot of different guys that were in the area that set up. But yeah, it was a great con. It was funny though, because Aaron and I at one point, we walked through like each, you know, booth, and we were looking at like what things were priced at. And you could kind of tell, like at maybe a comic convention like WonderCon, or, you know, I don't know, one of like the bigger ones, you can price something up and someone will buy it, you know?
Yeah.
But here at like a comic convention that's like mostly comic collectors, you can't price it that way, because they know, they're like, this is some BS right here, you know? But Aaron and I looked at this one book, and it was the first appearance of Jane Foster. Was like Thor #1, where it's got her face on there.
Yeah.
It was priced at $100.
That's
for that
it?
first appearance.
Wow.
That's it? Oh no, I thought it was way exponential.
First Jane Foster
as
I
Thor.
so, yeah.
Or well, that would be the what if, but you mean the first, like the Jason Aaron?
Oh yeah, sorry, it was
Thor.
the Jason Aaron one.
Okay.
Thor.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
Yeah,
that's
so
fine.
sorry, not the what if story. The Jason Aaron, like 2011,
Okay,
2012.
gotcha. I think
you know.
like the very, very, very first appearance of Jane Foster. I'm like, $100? That sounds pretty fair.
No, that would have
right now.
Yeah, that would have been much better. But no, this was like just the modern book that you can get for like $15 or $30. And so we were walking around, and then we saw a Spider-Man cover or a Spider-Man book, and it's the cover of, I think it's Prowler, where he's on it's like an old silver Bronze Age key. And Prowler was on
the cover.
I believe so.
Okay.
And that was for $200. So I looked at Aaron Sparrow and I go, so do you want to buy 2 copies of Female Thor or 1 copy of the first appearance of Prowler? You know, and it's just funny when you see some of these books that are priced at like, I feel bad for anyone who would pay $100 for the 2013 or whatever Jason Aaron series, but
not happening.
Yeah.
After
that movie came out.
Yeah, after that movie came out, those I guarantee a lot of this tagged.
Well, that was the other thing too, is like that book maybe before the movie. Okay, it's $100. People are specking on it. People are trying to buy it for their collections, for their kids, whatever. Now that the movie's gone and Jane Foster Thor probably won't be back in the MCU, what price does it hold? Like, what value is there in that book?
It's the same thing. The Shuri, the first appearance of Shuri, those are taken right now in price.
Yeah,
I'm shocked.
Sean's got a graded one here.
Yeah, Sean's got a graded 9.8, and I know he can. I was looking it up. Maybe a couple $100. You can sell that for right now.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
CBCS.
Wow.
No one wants it,
Look at
but
that.
hey.
Yeah, there was a point they
Yeah.
were going for big money, but now it's like $200.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
vote on that one.
Yes, you did.
Eric says that he found Thor 313 for $5 yesterday in my LCS. The Flash was already sold out. They don't order much, but to hell, get it back next week. Well, Eric, hopefully, I mean, were you talking about the Flash that came out this past week? I don't know. Did you guys like the Flash that was out this week? I think you guys were split on that one,
Yeah,
right?
I
Or
liked
no?
it better.
I liked it. I had fun with it. I had fun reading it. Yeah.
It was okay.
Well, let's talk about a book that is far superior to that.
Concur.
And yeah, I think we can all agree on that one. So we open with the wedding of this gentleman here, who we find out in the last issue is our antagonist. And this is his daughter's wedding. And already, like, dude, just the amount of effort and detail and time that this probably took Mark to like get all of these little, like, the flowers and the background and the church and the cloth and like just everything to make it look like, okay, we are in this setting, you know.
And hey, yes, you got the woman with her phone making a video of it. You know, hey, there's always that person at the wedding. You got that right there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It just shows, like, I don't know if this was a passion project for Mark or not, but like even the iconography back here, like it's a little scribbly, but this stuff up here makes it seem like, okay, this is a cathedral or some sort of, you know, really nice church. And so I like that there's actual effort put into his backgrounds here, you know.
I'm going to say this is an absolute passion project. He's been working on this for at least 5 years. Yeah, this has. It's been a while. He's worked on this. It's been a while. So this is a passion project.
I love that song, by the way. It's been a while
Who doesn't?
since yeah. So yeah, I think you guys had spoken about this in your video, and I concur. I agree with the assessment that even in this more somber toned wedding event, the characters of Joker and Harley still don't feel out of place because that's who their character is. And even in times of like suffering and horrific, like, you know, brutality, there's still going to be these insane, chaotic characters. So they're making jokes and I laughed, but almost because I was like, these people are crazy.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah, exactly. It's just that they are insane. That's what makes it. That's what makes it funny, you know, because I mean they are acting insane, and yeah, that's why I enjoy it because they're unpredictable. You don't know what's going to happen.
Yes, 100%. Yeah, and like you can hear her accent. What are you mad at me for?
Yeah,
you said driving into that church, so I did. And he's like, I said, okay, fair point. Let's go. And then we get this guy trying to be a hero. I guess this is the husband, or not soon to be husband, soon to be brain soup. And Joker is not playing any games. Like right from the start, he's like this guy, for example, and just blam.
Yeah, dodge one bullet of marriage only to get hit by another bullet.
How funny would that be if that was Mark was taking? That's what Mark meant. You know, he dodged one bullet, and hit by another.
You know. Which one would you prefer? one that lasts a lifetime or one that happens very quickly?
Yes.
Yeah. Wife, house, kids. Do I sound like a happy guy to you? Yeah.
So during this whole event, our antagonist, or the father of the bride, and the guy who's kind of in charge of all of this, he's narrating the whole thing. He says the blood, the screaming, the horror of it all was unimaginable. And so he's just giving you the take of like what happened that day. And this is kind of like his origin story of like how he came to be, essentially.
Yeah, he was the father of the bride, effectively. And this all just happened in front of him. And GCPD really, they did what they could. But it was foobarred.
It was it was foobarred. It reminded me a lot of Die Hard when the FBI get there. And they're like, send your freaking guys in, and he's like, wait a second, like we need to think about this. Like, don't be sending those guys in, and dudes are just getting shot up like crazy and blown up, and the tank gets blown up and everything. And that's essentially very similar to what happens here. You got this guy who's coming in, dick swinging, and he goes, doesn't matter, Gordon, he's not getting anything. My men will be in position to strike in 2 minutes. And Gordon says, you're not, or not your call, Bennett.
Yeah.
And I didn't know who he meant. I didn't know whose call it was until we see later who it is. And it's good old Bats.
Yep.
Very clever. And I do like this dialogue here too. This is a dead guy, and there will be more dead guys like this guy if you guys don't give me what I want. Capiche? It's silly, goofy, and frightening all at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it strikes. It's on that line, that very thin line between terrifying and funny, and that's where the Joker resides.
Absolutely. Like, he wants sandwiches from Moe's, all the chip flavors, and a purple helicopter with comfy seats. It's insanity. Pure insanity, and this is where we see who Gordon was talking about, and we see, I love that cape, the two wings in the back, and he just says, I'm going in, and this like gothic cathedral looking architecture.
Perfect.
It's so rad.
Right.
It's perfect. It's what I want from my Batman. And another thing that's nice too is, like, there are some books that go way too into detail about how Batman got in and what gadgets he used, and then how he took out this guy. But then some books don't do it at all. And you're like, wait, how did he even get there? But I think Mark does a perfect job of just like 2 panels. Boom, that's it. He's in, he's taken out one of the guards, and it's about to go down. It's not, kind of meandering on the point that, okay, he's in the building. But yeah, we've got the cops or the SWAT team that are in place. What's his name? It's like Sims or something, or
Sims,
the father.
The father bride, yeah.
So Sims says that they would exonerate the police, concluding that they acted in the best interests of the hostages. No charges were ever filed, but I know the truth, which I don't know. It's still, because when we see what happens later, there's still a lot that could have happened,
Hey, back to blue. Yeah, they do no wrong.
Back to blue, baby. Thin blue line.
Yep.
And then we see these kind of lines that are hooked up, and you're like, okay, is that what Batman did? What is this? And we realize, those are grenades hooked up to like lots of grenades that are hooked up to lines.
Like in the Dark Knight when the Joker opens his jacket. Let's not blow this out of proportion. He's got all the grenades linked to one another.
He's got the string on his thumb, and he's just hanging on to it. Yeah. And yeah, one thing I'll also note: fantastic splash pages throughout this entire book, and this is one of them. We got Bats coming in hot. We see how Sims loses his eye, and we realize why Batman was telling Gordon to hold off, because once those, antsy SWAT team gentlemen come flying through, we see that the explosion happens and those pins get pulled on those grenades.
Godforsaken bloodbath.
Now I will ask, how, and this may be answered in the next issue, how do you think, so she obviously died, he lived, Joker lived, Bats lived. Are those the only 3 survivors?
I don't know. I mean, that's a really good question. I think maybe half and half. Best case scenario, half died, half lived. Maybe they were the only ones who survived. But yeah.
So I think that may be a question that we'll have answered in the next issue. If not, because he alludes to it in the last portion of this comic. But yeah. Zaxx, that's a great question, brother. Josh couldn't make it, unfortunately, tonight, but he is the sex appeal of the show. So
he's at home washing his tights.
So we get the next scene, we get to Harley, and I love her dialogue in this, man. This is Harley, you know.
Yes. She is insane. She is a criminal. This is perfectly depicts someone who is insane.
Yep.
Yeah. And she's childish. Eat farts. Childish behavior and dialogue. But that's who she is. And I like that they don't make her into like a caricature. They make her just her character, you know. If she were a caricature, I think this dialogue
she doesn't take
would
over
be,
the story.
Yes, exactly. And she'd be bebopping and scatting all over the place and trying to get in these like one-liners, and it's like, no, that's not. Yeah, I don't know.
Not what I'm here for. I'm not here for the Harley story. Not for the Harley show.
Exactly. We've got Harley all over the place. I don't need it anywhere else. We get the backstory of Wayne's bullet train, which is pretty dope. Really cool design, sleek, sharp. It perfectly fits and exists within this world. And Bruce talks about how this plane this train means a lot to him and his family. Yeah. Sorry, what were we saying?
Oh, another thing I was just going to bring up was faster than a speeding bullet. We're led to believe this is where Superman may have gotten that line. Maybe.
Oh, interesting. Maybe. Do we know when this comic takes place?
No.
Yeah, it's definitely Elseworlds, but
yeah, it's Dick is Nightwing at this point, so this is the Wayne. It's the Wayne family train, so they've had it for a while, and so you just let it believe that maybe that's where Superman got it, or someone got it like faster than a speeding bullet, faster than the Wayne speeding bullet. Who knows?
But I do like that Batman has this kind of affinity towards it because it is a family almost heirloom, and he talks about it later how, like, you know, his parents got married here, his dad and his mom would always ride this train, like this is something that means something to him. Once again, I mean, come on. This is why you read this book, you know.
So cannot wait to get the penciled version of this issue. Cannot wait to see it.
Right. They need a deluxe edition of just all the pencils of every page.
And IDW artist edition of this. Yeah.
100%. Yeah. Now, let me ask you, what do you guys think about the costume? One, do you guys like the blue and gray? Two, do you like that he is not wearing the undies, like the tights, the little, you know, boxer brief Speedo thing? And three, do you like that there is no real utility belt?
That's the one thing I'm not crazy about. I'm not crazy about the utility belt. That's where it's not really a belt. It's like a bat logo thing, and
it's a belt buckle.
And like, how's this practical? That's one of the first things coming to mind. But everything else I love. It's just when you get to the belt buckle part, I'm like, really? Doesn't really work for me.
The blue and gray is my favorite. I love blue and gray. I think it just works perfectly for Batman. The belts does seem a little off, but I go with it because it's just as kooky as the Batwing and the Batmobile and this. It's all just, you know, over stylized sort of thing. I kind of like it.
The belt, I think, like, I can go, maybe he's like stealth, maybe he needs to move more. Okay. But I want the trunks. I don't know what it is. I'm just like, I feel like I'm looking too much at his legs. It's like too much showing. I need just a little bit of black there, just a Speedo or a trunks or something, you know. All right. But no, I mean, the physique though is like near perfect. I mean, he's just got the perfect Batman physique. The cape flying up behind him, it's badass. So, they are teaming up together, and the villain of the story, who we are to believe that this is Sims, the man from before, is telling Batman and Joker that the train is at a certain weight and that it needs to be at a lighter weight, which I forget how many pounds they had to get rid of, like 28,000 or something. I forget.
Yeah, something like that. A lot. Yeah.
It was a lot. It was basically people, you know. And if they did not get the train to the specific weight that they needed to get it to, the train would pass over these sensors, these tracks, and it would crash right into the Martha Wayne Memorial Station, killing thousands. So his choice, essentially, there are 207 passengers aboard this train, but several thousand at the station. Which will you choose? You have approximately 45 minutes. And you're like, here we go.
Yeah.
This is, your heart's beating, and you're just like, how are they going to do this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And once you know it, there's another wedding.
Yeah, of course.
Plenty of weddings, yep, in this issue.
Yep.
Once again, another great Batman shot. Like, I think Mark was just like, how do I keep making Batman look badass?
Yeah. Imposing. There's wind going in. You can feel it.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. It like, I picture him just closing the door, you know, from the back of the train, and the wind has just like kind of made his cape go out like that, and he's like reaching out and like, listen to me now. And rightfully so, people react how I would, and this guy goes, "What the hell are you talking about?" And then he goes, "Wait, isn't that the Joker?" Like, that's perfect, you know?
Yep.
I feel like if I were on that train, that would be my exact response. Is like, what the is that the Joker that you're with? You know? So Batman says to start tossing stuff off the train, and if they don't, that they will all die because the train will crash into the train station. And so, yeah, the caption box says 35 minutes left, and you're still 28,000 pounds over the weight limit. 28,000 over the weight limit. Doesn't seem like your plans are going to work. And then Joker says, for efficiency's sake, we can start with the big ones, which will come into play later. But he says, come on, Bats, what do I have to do to convince you to light myself on fire? And that's where Batman gets the brilliant idea of, wait a second, let's light this thing on fire.
I'll light you on fire. Oh, no.
I'm at the end of this issue, Batman really wanted to light Joker.
Oh, yeah.
But his stupid, creepy, grinning personality, this smug look on his face that he gives at the end of this issue, where he's like,
he was right. I didn't say like Joker. Right. Yeah.
I just wanted to punch him in the face. I was just like, oh, you bastard. Yeah. Love this dialogue between Nightwing and Catwoman. And this is what I said earlier. This is why I love the dialogue so much, is because they both sound really similar to what they've sounded like in the past, what their characters are. What did you guys get? Did you guys like the little butt comments? Were those funny to you, or were you like, ugh, eye roll?
It's par for the course now with Nightwing. They've been doing this crap for the last 10 years. It's like, okay, fine, sure. All right. He's got a great butt. Yeah, we've been saying that for the last 10 years. It's
like, all right, I just let it wash over me.
Yeah.
It's like,
this was only for like a page or two. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. After this page or two, they just kind of let it go. I'm like, perfect.
Yep.
Well, I thought it was absolute objectification by Catwoman. No, I'm kidding. I thought it was fine. It wasn't obtuse. It wasn't over the top. It was just her making stupid comments because she's snarky,
Yes.
She basically says, look, Buttwing, busting into data centers is tricky business, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. And then later she calls, this was actually, I chuckled at this one. She goes, if you say so, night cheeks. And I was like, oh God. So they hack into the system, and basically this is showing that later on in the comic, they're getting information that Batman is going to look up and to see like what Sims has been operating, what his like his plan has been this whole time.
What that tech is going to do. Yeah.
Yes.
How it
Yeah.
works.
Then at this point, the two of them, let's see, is this one? Okay, so this is when they begin to light everything, and Batman is, oh, look at this. Look who it is.
Hey, Merry Christmas!
Hey, what's up? Hey, this is my Valentine's tree. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I just have to put the hearts on it, and the little cupids, and it'll all be good to go.
They're gonna be like Kramer. It's like these guys everyday balloons. That's like your everyday Christmas tree. Everyday.
Yeah, no, it'd be fun, wouldn't it? Just to like decorate for every month, like have Easter eggs on it for the spring, and
You're onto something.
No, I just haven't. I've got to take it apart and take it down to my storage, and I just have not. I've been sick like the last week, and have not felt like doing it.
Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that, man. But hey, on the bright side, your videos with Aaron that have been coming out have just been chef's kiss on point. Like they've been fantastic.
But I'm Aaron.
Yeah, you mean with Wes?
Oh, sorry, with Wes. Sorry. Yeah.
Thanks. They've been a lot of fun. Like I think that I've gotten a lot better at like just ranting. Like I just let go now. Whereas before I used to just be like really careful, and like I want to sound like I know what I'm talking about, and I want to sound like and now I get on there and I'm like I don't care. I'm just mad. I'm just mad at like what people have done to this industry and how they've crippled this industry that I love, and the fact that nobody in power seems interested in course correcting.
Well, and I think it's become this thing that's they don't want to say anything negative because they're afraid that it'll put them on the wrong side or something,
The wrong side of history.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, and that's the sad thing is like without criticizing it and recognizing it, it's like a patient in the hospital and they're saying, listen, we need to, have this surgery done now or else he won't survive the night. And the person going, he'll be fine. He's doing better than ever. And you're like, no, he's kind of in urgent care. We need to do this now. And he, they just keep waving it off. And it's like, at what point do we have to, say that as much as like we can't be negative, like this is something that's an actuality. But
well, it's like a slowly deflating balloon. And it's just coming lower and lower, and eventually it's just it's gonna pop, and then it'll be like, oh, what do we do? Then there'll be panic. But it's just nobody plans for anything. Nobody looks at the industry and says to themselves, hey, we're headed, we're gonna run aground here pretty soon. What can we do to kind of get back out into deeper waters? I think it's really unfortunate, but we're seeing it all across entertainment. It's like I did a video with Wes the other day that was just about the death of excitement. The fact that like, what is there to be excited about? Like it used to be like, remember even in the 90s when we knew they were going to screw it up, they'd be like, hey, we're doing a Flash movie. And you'd be like, oh, okay. And then they'd be like, do you like King Shark? And we'd be like, yeah, I like King Shark. And they'd be like, well, he's going to be in the movie. And we'd be like, all right. And then he'd show up and he'd just be like a mobster in a sharkskin suit, just some guy. And it was called King Shark. And you're like, well, that's not King Shark. Or they'd be like, you're going to get dead shot. And he rides a motorcycle and it travels through time. And you're like, what? They would just like, but even then, like you could still get excited about things, even though we knew that it wasn't gonna deliver the way we wanted it to. And now they announce your favorite franchise. They're like, did you love that thing back in the 80s? And you're like, yeah. And they're like, we're giving it a new movie. And you're like, oh God, no, please, no, no, don't do it.
Whether you want to, but please don't. I mean, honestly, from a fan's standpoint, please throw away your money somewhere else.
Well, that was what Perch came out with a video this week too, and he was like, how poisonous and how strong apathy can be. And once apathy hits, you're done. You know what I mean? Like you look at Blockbuster, you look at Kodak, these are companies that both kind of went like, maybe it's just our time. And that apathy, if that sets in, oh my God, you might as well throw in the towel. And so many people have come to that conclusion of just like, oh, another Flash movie? Okay. Like that, you never want to hear that. And that's what's so damning about this industry right now.
Did you guys see Michael Douglas on the red carpet? And they're asking him like, would you come? Hey, this is the third movie in the Ant-Man franchise. Would you come back for a fourth? And he's like, only if I can die. And he said it with like no hint of like, you know, playfulness or anything. It was just like, I'm so tired. I'm so tired of this. And I was like, yeah, me too, Michael Douglas. Me too. Like, you know, like I don't care anymore. Like, you can't even get me in. It's like Phase 4. One of my favorite villains in the Marvel Universe is Taskmaster. You guys screwed that up, you know, and I love Namor, and you guys screwed that up. And it's just, I don't give a crap anymore. And also all this promise of things coming in, like they're like, you're going to get the X-Men and you're going to get the Fantastic Four. Number one, I don't trust you not to blow it. I don't trust you not to do a bunch of race and gender swaps that are going to be ridiculous, you know, and, you know, sexuality swaps, the whole bit. And number 3, I don't care about the X-Men coming into the MCU when all the characters I wanted them to interact with are gone. Captain America's gone, Thor's gone, Iron Man's gone.
Aaron, I'm sorry, I have to correct you. It's X people. It's the mutants now.
Oh, that's right. It's the mutants because Victoria Alonso doesn't understand the power of brands.
Yeah, it's like as soon as she opened her mouth, I'm like, I want nothing to do with this at all.
No one does.
What a weak title the mutants is. Like you're not even going to use the name recognition. That's literally all you have with these properties. That's the only reason these properties get made is because some executives are going, oh, name recognition. Yeah, we're going to gut it and rip out the guts, you know, rip out the intestines of everything you love, and we're going to stuff it with a bunch of bullshit that you didn't ask for, and then like hold it up like a skin suit, like Buffalo Bill dancing around, you know, telling you to put the lotion in the basket. But you know, it's not going to be the thing that you like, but at least we made it look like it, right? And here they're going to do away with that entirely and be like the mutants. Well, nobody who watched the X-Men cartoon in the 90s is going to be psyched for that, you know. And that's what you should be leaning into. Is you should be leaning into all those fans that you had built on that 90s property and the way that it was in the 90s, and just give us that, and it'll be successful.
Yeah, hopefully. I'm hoping, I'm praying to every higher power that X-Men 97, the animated series, is somewhat decent, good. It's the only thing I have left.
At this point, brother, I mean, I don't know. This is dating back to 2021, I think I remember. But I don't know if you guys remember one of the producers who had come out, and this guy had a pinned comment on his Twitter that basically said F Trump, and if you're his boy, or if you support him too, go F yourself too, unsupport me, or don't support me, or something like that. So automatically, this is the producer for the X-Men 97 series getting rid of half of the fan base, you know, arguably, because, you know, there are some people who voted that way, and he's just automatically doing that just because he can. You know, I have no hope for this 97 series, unfortunately.
Well, the showrunner was on The Witcher, and he came out and said he only wanted to hire writers that loved the 97 cartoon. He saw what happens when you have a writer's room filled with people who don't like the material and don't like the property and just want to put their own message in it. And he didn't want that. He saw how that ruined The Witcher. So that gives me some hope, but I'm still not excited. That's the problem, is that you guys have made me so apathetic that I'm not excited for this. And I would totally be fine if I was just like, well, I'm an old guy. This isn't made for me. It's for this new audience that really loves it, and et cetera, et cetera. And they were bringing in the numbers, and I'd be like, okay, obviously I'm out of touch. But I don't think I am, because they're not bringing in the numbers. This audience that they're trying to appeal to either doesn't exist or isn't interested or doesn't have the money to get, you know, like who that's like 19, 20 years old, you know, this woke crowd that they're trying to reach with these non-stories, who's got $5, $6, $10 to spend on a single comic?
And that's every week, you know, and that's just for one book. You know what I mean?
Money, who knows? Yeah, they're just still living at home with their parents.
And even then they're like, I'm not spending the money on this. I'm gonna go buy something else. I'm gonna go buy Hogwarts Legacy and not tell my friends because they'll cancel.
Yeah. Well, I think most of them are just on TikTok. You know, TikTok is their main source of entertainment and news and everything. So, but that does, you know, I think you brought up a good point. Even if I had hope for a series, like for example, all you guys were saying that Guardians Christmas special was fun, it was lighthearted, and it kind of poked fun at the industry a little bit, and that I would enjoy it. Even after hearing that, I was still kind of like, that's great news, and I'm really thankful that it was good. Why should I watch it? Like, what's, you know, I'm apathetic towards that fact of like, oh, okay, watching these things anymore. And I think that's the dangerous part, is that even if something comes out that is just like mind blowing, you know, do I really have the enjoyment factor or the care factor to be like, yeah, I'm going to turn this on, or yeah, I'm going to give it my money. So that's kind of that's the dichotomy. But
yeah, like footage of it at all either. So I don't even know what it's going to look like. I mean, they showed like one group image what the X-Men look like. I think maybe their character images, but we haven't seen any episode footage.
Nope.
Do you guys remember
97 House of 97?
Oh God!
No.
God.
Well,
you guys, it's like it's all about Krakoa. Oh, kill me! Kill me!
No. We'll get to Krakoa later in this stream, but real quick, 32 Flavors and Nick Weiser, what's going on, brother? Hail to you. He says, any of you dudes read Avengers War Across Time? I actually looked into 2 issues and that are out so far, and it's fucking classic Avengers. I think all 3 of you guys would agree at this point. Yeah,
I've only read the first one so far, but I really liked it. It really had a classic feel that, and I think that, you know, if you are somebody who wants to, you know, support the type of comics that you want, I think it's a good one for you to go out and grab, and for their numbers to go up, because, you know, you get to send the message. I remember years ago there was that move the needle
Yeah,
and it was like people showing like what they bought and what they were interested in, and instead of accepting that was a valuable marketing tool to look at, the industry decided that since it came from Richard Meyer, it was cooties. And so if you use that hashtag, then you were cooties too. It's so ridiculous. I got people who were like, you know, hey, like I bought your comic, and you know, they had the hashtag move the needle, and they were actually messaging me privately and being like, you know, are you okay if I use that? I don't want to cause you any issues. And I was like, I don't give a crap. Like I'll retweet anybody. I'll talk to anybody. Like I don't have these little divisions in my life. I'm not part of these little cliques and these little clubs, and I'm not in any little Facebook groups where we're plotting and scheming. And you know, I don't have time for that. I'm an adult.
Yeah. You bought the comic. That's the only thing that matters to me. I don't care. Yeah.
And you have a life outside of this. You know, you have things that you're interested outside of this. The other thing too is like your actions don't determine the actions of someone else. I think there was a video that came out this week talking about how this gentleman is putting out a comic book on Indiegogo or Kickstarter. He wants to put it out, release it to the public, but because he merely followed people who associate themselves with Comicsgate, he's now being blacklisted, and people are saying, don't buy this comic. And it's like, how are you even supposed to do anything without someone being upset about you for your actions or for someone else's actions? And it's like, just because you follow one artist or one creator or have retweeted this one guy doesn't mean that you agree with every single, like he's not the prophet or something of your whole belief system. So it's getting really bad now, to the point where people are determining how other people act through other people's actions.
I can like your comic book and not sign up for not co-sign your manifesto. You know, it's like if I'm waiting around for people that I agree with in the industry, and I agree with 100%, I'm going to be a very lonely guy. Like I don't 100% agree with everybody on every issue. That's never going to happen. Yeah. And you know, it's like, as far as that goes, I don't really care about getting mainstream work. Like the idea of having to write an in continuity story, you know, in the same universe where like the Trial of the Amazons exists, or Tom King's Batman exists, or, you know, the Krakoa X-Men exist, like writing in that same universe doesn't interest me anymore. The Marvel and DC that I fell in love with is gone. It's dead and buried.
Yeah, and it's all about creators now inserting themselves into the lead characters of the books. Case in point, what's her face writing the Blade's daughter, Danny Lord.
Danny Lord,
Blade's daughter. I'm like, you have lacked all creativity whatsoever here.
Yeah, like I've never written myself into a story. I think the only time that I've ever even had a self-insert was when we did Darkwing #6, since it took place at a comic convention, and we had a joke about Honker's favorite comic book being Mathman and Calculator Boy. It was suggested to us that like you and James should be in the book as like the creator, you know, of that book. And I said the only way that we'll put ourselves in is if we humiliate ourselves and make ourselves out to be stupid oafs, you know, which is what we did. We made a big joke out of it, and we had a good laugh at ourselves. You know, I don't understand this narcissism of having to put yourself in a book. Nobody wants to read about my life. You want to read about somebody who, is just like collects toys and occasionally is sad and eats an entire sleeve of cookie dough over the sink while crying. Nobody wants to read that. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I don't do that.
I would rather read about Danny Laura at a diner talking with her mom, and just how exciting that was.
Yeah.
Hey, we got to see that in the Blade's Daughter issue.
Well, the thing is that nobody that's currently working on these books, these young writers, they don't have any life experience outside of sitting in diners and having conversations, and that's why their books are so boring. And even when there's action, you can tell that they just want to kind of get away from it and get back to people sitting around talking in diners, which is unfortunate because it's a very action-heavy genre, and that's what I really want to see. I really want to see, and writing action is hard. Don't get me wrong. Like you gotta sit down and you gotta figure out what are the implications of this and how many panels do I need to do this. It's definitely not as easy as sitting down and just writing the conversation, but that's the job. That's what comics, that's what superhero comics is. It's action and it's excitement and it's these, taking us to these other worlds and it's escapism. I don't want to read about the world, what is it the Curdle Drinker always says, the world we live in today, I don't want to read about that. I want to read about fantastic things. I live in the world we live in today. It sucks.
It sucks. Yeah.
Escaping that world to go back into your world. You're paying.
Yeah. And if you want to tell that story, tell it in an indie book. Don't put it in X-Men. Don't put it in Superman. Don't put it in Batman. It's like you're putting it in everything. Like just tell your own stupid indie story that no one's gonna read. But like feel better about yourself. Like, oh, I wrote my story about me. Congratulations.
I'm all for every type of comic book existing, no matter what walk of life that you're from. But here's the thing. The industry has to be healthy to support that, to support these niche books. So if you're going to do an LGBT-centered book, you can do it. You just need to know that you're appealing to a niche audience, a smaller audience than the mainstream audience. And you can do it and you have to plan it accordingly. But they don't want to do that. They want to cram it into every single book that's on the shelf. And what happens is your mainstream audience walks away and you're making Batman, you're making Robin, you're making that a niche character. Tim Drake doesn't have the universal appeal now that he did. Iceman doesn't have the appeal now that he did because he's a niche character. You're appealing to a smaller demographic, and you have to accept that and understand that that's what you're doing. What I would rather see is the most comics made for the mainstream audience, so that the industry is incredibly healthy, and then that rising tide raises all the ships. So all those little indie books that you could do that are focused on a smaller niche audience are brought up by the mainstream industry being healthy.
There was, I think that there was some manga that was talked about this week at my comic shop. I was talking to the manager there, and I was talking about should I subscribe to Shonen Jump? Are you reading manga? And he was telling me about how Shonen Jump, what that means, right? That's it translated, it's boys comics or boys stories or something like that. And I was like, that's interesting. They can get away with that. And he's like, oh yeah, well, because they have a whole section that's also boy love. They have LGBTQ, an entire section at Barnes & Noble of LGBTQ manga stories. But Shonen Jump, the ones that are probably the most popular and the ones that are the most read and the most mainstream, are your My Hero Academia, your Demon Slayer, your One Piece, your fantastical superhero stories, your Berserks, and he's like, that's why Shonen Jump does so well, because though it's called boys stories, it's it appeals to everyone, and but they have those sections. They have Shonen Jump, they have the LGBTQ section, and I really don't see anything wrong with that, because if you have this more indie, something that's maybe a little bit more niche, but people can still read it, they still have those comics that exist and do well. But for the mainstream audience and for a broader, more superhero fantastical story, you can have a section for that too. And to like you said, to try and put this niche thing into every one of these is just, it's not going to reach anyone at that point.
No, you end up driving away the mainstream for a smaller audience, and even that audience, may not show up. So you end up, with Tom Taylor's Superman, where it gets a bump when it's all over the news, and people go to the comic book store and be like, "This comic's going to be worth $1 million," and they buy it, and you get that temporary sales bump. But then the next month, retailers cut their orders, and it just plummets right back down, even further down than it was, and just keeps that downward trend. They never recaptured that hype, and the fact that it's unsustainable. After all that hype, that book should have ridden high for a little while, but you don't get people coming back. They go home, they look at it, they go, "Oh, what did I do?" And then they, maybe they put it away. They put it away, and they're not signing up, for a pull list. They're not coming back for the next issue. They just got that event issue that they think might be worth something. Maybe I can flip it for $40, in a month or so. But
okay. Well, that's like I was talking to these guys about how we saw the first appearance of Jane Foster, Jason Aaron's female Thor. And at the convention, it was like $100, and we were like, "You want to buy it?" And it was like, "No, no one wants."
Yeah, no. And then we went and we looked on eBay to see, because we were like, "Is it really going for that much?" And it's not. It's just
no. Real quick, yes, Nerdette. So Junkyard Joe has been fantastic. I've really been enjoying the story. And if you guys read the first issue of Junkyard Joe, which I would highly recommend getting the colored version and the black and white version, because they have both. But if you guys look in that Junkyard Joe comic, that first issue, they're doing like a veterans proceeds. So like some of the money was going to veterans help and VA, like projects.
Homeless veterans things was going.
Yes, that's what it was. Thank you, Drew. Yeah, thank you for reminding me. So yeah, just chef's kiss. I mean, that's exactly what I wanted out of the soldier stories from Image Comics, which was not at all what I got, and yet Junkyard Joe and that whole Geiger universe, they were able to do that in that story and still, give back to the veterans, to these homeless veterans, for a good cause. So I thought that was badass. But yeah, thank you, Nerdette. That was a good book. I enjoyed that one. And yeah, no, hey, I'll talk about Batman's physique all day long. I'll still do it because it's what I would just hope to look in the future. At some point, I just want to look like how Mark Silvestri draws Wolverine and Batman. It's literally perfect. So.
But you just want to be that jacked, like you can't drink any water ever. You have to be that dehydrated, and just like every rippling muscle. You know what? Hey, I'm a straight guy, and I got no problem saying that. Nightwing's got a butt that we can all be proud of as Americans.
that's
as Americans.
Talking about that before you hopped on. Yeah.
Yeah, that's so funny. Yeah, that was actually some of the dialogue in this book.
Go figure. Yeah.
And what's funny is that you can get away with drawing making Nightwing's butt prominent on covers, for the female fans that love Nightwing, or even the gay fans that love Nightwing. You can get away with making, him sexy, but God forbid you do it with Spider-Woman or something. Frank Cho does a Spider-Woman cover, or Milo Manara.
Milo Manara, yeah. Oh man, one of the greatest illustrators, cartoonists on the planet, and they did that to him. I could not believe it.
I love when people were saying there was no way that pose was achievable, and then I went on Instagram and 3 cosplayers were doing it. Yep.
You get 2 butts in this photo. You get Nightwing's butt and you get Catwoman's butt. Now I will say I think she wins this this battle of the booties, but
we're admittedly biased. See, if Josh was here, Josh could weigh in.
We need Josh as an impartial third party. Yeah. We've just been going through this, Aaron. If you want to go through this with us, I don't know if you read this one this week, but
I have not. I haven't since I've been sick. I haven't made it out to the comic book store. I've been trying to keep away from people and not give them my cold.
Well, you were a very generous man for not doing that. Mm-hmm. Or for staying home. I was going to say, are you cool with us kind of going into spoilers, though? Or are you all right with us?
Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind looking at beautiful Silvestri artwork. God, he's so good. My favorite.
This is clearly a passion project of Mark's. I mean, he's been working on this 2018, 2017, and every page shows. You just see that detail and that love he put into this.
I got to meet him for the first time in New York last year. At New York Comic Con, and he was sitting drawing, and there was no one at his table, and I guess because he had a little sign that said he was working on commissions, so just please respect his privacy. And I walked up and I didn't say anything, but I was just kind of like looking at him drawing, and then he like stuck his head up and he was like, hey, how's it going? You know, and then I was like, oh, okay, it's okay to talk to him. And so I just talked to him for a few minutes, and he could not have been a nicer guy.
Absolutely. Every interaction I've had with him, just incredibly nice to all of his fans. And one of the few guys, there's a handful of people I've met, creators, where they're very respectful and appreciate all the fans that they get.
I'm so it's a bummer because I've met so many creators that I have always wanted to meet and who I really look up to in terms of their work and their creations and their art. And yet Mark Silvestri is still probably like Mark Silvestri and Stephen Platt are probably my favorite all time, and maybe like David Finch of like all time. And I've not met any of them, not once. And so I will meet them at some point. But yeah, Mark seems like a really cool guy. I've never heard anything negative said about him. One thing I noticed the other day, because we ran into Rob Liefeld at the comic convention that we were at, Aaron, the weekend.
Whoa!
He just showed up and was just buying stuff. Wow. he didn't have a booth or anything.
Wow.
He wasn't a guest. He was just there. You know, it's like in his neck of the woods. It's in Anaheim. So he was there. Yeah, he comes down to Frank and Son. Where I do the collectible show. He comes down there every once in a while. Usually when there's a new Cable or Deadpool thing out, he comes hunting. But it was kind of fun because like the last time he was in, he was looking at the Todd McFarlane DC figures, and he was like, "Well, let me just ask you how are these doing in comparison to to like when they were with Mattel?" And I said, "Oh, well, Todd's doing much better." And then I just told him how I hate that Todd always creates his own scale and makes it all 7-inch, so it's not compatible with Legends and all the things that are gone before. I was like, but as far as like the sculpts and the detail put in, like you can't beat it. He's doing a good job.
I could see that. Rob's funny because he will he comes to a local comic shop here within the area, and like you said, will buy most of all the copies of his books that he finds, and then like will buy any Deadpool statues or figures that he sees. I think it's just for his own collection. But yeah, we saw him at the convention, and he's not like the tallest guy in the world, but he's not the shortest guy in the world. He's average height. But for someone like us, we're all fairly tall here.
Yeah.
But then I look at Rob next to Mark Silvestri.
Oh God, it's hysterical.
And I'm like, is Mark like 7 feet tall? You know what I mean?
Yeah. The thing is, he's gotten shorter. I think he's got like a bit of a hunch now, maybe. But
from being over the drawing table all that time.
Yeah. I mean, because he is a legit like at least had to have been 7 feet in his prime.
No, you look at those old image photos, and like Valentino is like Wolverine height, and Rob would be like Hawkeye, and Mark is Thor, and Todd is like maybe Captain America. Like it's like you could like.
It makes sense when they're all sitting down in those photos now. They don't want to.
Yeah. So I just a funny, just something that I had noticed, but. Yeah, so when I do meet Mark, I'll have, my expectations will be, okay, make sure to look up, because most creators that I find, like even like Joe Rubenstein or something, like you're like, oh, he's a smaller guy, but and then you look at like Jack Kirby next to Stan Lee, and you're like, oh, these are kind of small guys, but I gotta. Hey, look who it is. Coffee and a comic. What's going on, man? It's been so long. Hope all is well. Thanks for being here, brother. I know it's been a while, but I hope you've been doing well. It's been a while.
Coffee and a comic. Have you reviewed some of the Merc titles? Because I think I might have watched your channel. It sounds familiar.
Oh, maybe.
Or maybe I watched a guy who was drinking booze and reading a comic. I'm not sure. But like
maybe
one of the two.
Too. He's got this chick who's in a cat outfit. I don't know.
Artwork's pretty.
Yeah, right. I like the boobs in the pictures. But yeah, no, Coffee's got he just opened up a brick and mortar store here in SoCal. I'm not going to dox you or anything. I'm just going to say SoCal area. And I've ordered from him before. He's like I said, he just opened up a brick and mortar, and man, he's a great dude. And prior Marine served.
Oh, nice. So, yeah. Well, I'm SoCal too. So if you carry any of the Merc titles at your shop, I'm happy to come in and sign them for you. Or
Oh, he's never reviewed Merc stuff. How about that?
Oh, okay. We'll have
speaking
to
of
send
Merc
some out or
stuff,
something.
speaking of Merc stuff, if I can throw out a plug
Plug
here,
it.
we just closed our very successful Born of Blood campaign. So that was fantastic, and now we've got Death Rage 5 up, and that's going really well. It's got a this weekend only set of Shikari covers. So if you guys want to jump in this weekend, there's some good stuff there, some collector boxes, things like that. Number 5 is probably my favorite issue of Death Rage so far. We really kind of get to go nuts with it, and I get to take all these elements that Murphy put into the initial run and got to flesh them out and play with them a lot. And I think that if you guys like 90s like action comics and you like a sarcastic hero, I think that you're going to love Death Rage if you haven't checked it out. There's also catch-up tiers where you can get the previous issues. So definitely.
Aaron, I was just going to say, like, whenever a page comes in for one of your books, I'm always going back to one of mine. I'm like, God, I got to make sure this is just as action-packed, if not more, compared to one of Aaron's. I've got to make sure this is just as good as one of his.
Well, you're doing it. They're killing it on Born of Blood. People absolutely love that book, and it's been
you're
wildly
doing it too with Death Rage. You know, it's just we're keeping that quality up.
You know, it's so nice to have the freedom. I'm sorry, Max. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to say it's tough because with the latest Miss Meow issue where Catfight is fighting this entire league of heroes and and Miss Meow. I mean, the entire book was action packed, and I was like, wow, this is pretty hard to beat. And then I read Born of Blood, I think issue 4 it was, and right after that, Giaris is kicking ass with the princess lady or whatever, I forget her name.
Ciala, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't pronounce it for the life of me. But
well, just
I would
ask your doctor if Ciala is right for you.
Thank you. And pinning her on freaking cave spikes and stuff. Like, yeah, they're if you're missing action from your books, Merc has got action in almost every other panel. And when it's not that, it's character development. And you can even see some of the character development within the action scenes, like how the characters act within a fight portrays who they are and their motivations. And now I'm just jerking you guys off, but if
keep going, please.
Yeah, please more.
I'm almost there.
If you guys can pull it up on your screen, I'll share your screen on here. Either the Kickstarter or the any book that you guys want me to share. And it looks like Coffee says he'll dox himself. He's in Huntington Beach. He says he does carry Merc, but I put a pause on the orders because lack of interest from my main customer base, but always willing to give it a second shot. Well, thanks for the information, Coffee. I appreciate it, brother.
Yeah, I mean, I'll come in and I'll drag Max with me. We'll come in and talk it up to customers, and even if you get like just a limited number, we'll do like a signing and talk to people, or like I don't know if you have room in your store, but we could kind of do like a panel. I've done that for some shops in LA where they've got like a little stage area, and we'd go in, we'd do like a panel and take questions from the audience. It's always a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's one of those things that's pretty rare where it's tough to do. I see it with very few books, but the more that I read and the farther the issues continue to go, one, the story continues to get better, and I enjoy these characters a lot. And two, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Aaron, but the sales and the copies sold are actually continuing to grow. Not, like they're consistent, but they're also gaining new people that are finding out about this, which is like huge, which is like every creator's dream is to find new people to read the book. So
yeah, Miss Meow number 7 came in at higher number, like the highest numbers that we got since issue 1. So
yeah, nice.
It's actually going up as we head into the number 8 is the final issue of this particular series, and then when we come back, it would be a new number 1 that'll start a new arc, but it'll also have legacy numbering so that people know to seek out the trades and things like that. So we're trying to really build this universe out. And everything matters, even though Drew's book Born of Blood is set in ancient Sparta. That's the foundation of everything that we're doing, with the Spartan world order in the present day. So there's a lot of little connections that people are just starting to find. Like I saw one person on one of the forums that was going, so the Leonidas's helmet. Is this the same? They're like, are they like drawn pale? And it's like, okay, people are starting to notice the little connective tissue that's going on, and that's really exciting as a reader, and it's really exciting as a creator to see people, like catching on and being interested enough to stick with the books. So, hopefully we can build this out. We kind of push people into the deep end with this whole universe, and we're explaining it as we go. But I think that was a better way to go for what we're doing, as opposed to a lot of universes start and they're trying to like fill you in with all this backstory to get you where you need to be, and we would rather just kick you to the deep end of the pool and throw you a life preserver every now and then.
Yeah. I like this comment, especially with Merc titles, because Merc is really great at showing a lot of male physiques. Like I love my Batman physiques, my Mark Silvestri's physiques, but you've also got plenty of gorgeous women. My favorite being Catfight, but Mark McGrath says, if it takes more than 4 hours to read an issue, consult a physician with Cialis or Cialis. Yes.
Ciala. Yeah, that's about how long it takes to get through about 3 pages of a Bendis book. If you read all the dialogue,
for the wrong reasons, though.
Are there still Bendis books? I don't know. Are there still any? I haven't heard of any in a while.
No, I think he has one at Dark Horse right now. That's about it. He's got one book and no DC, no Marvel. I think it's one book at Dark Horse. That's it.
It's nice.
Who's not writing right now is Vita Ayala, but her protege is writing now. Danny Lore. Yeah, they took over. She took over.
Do you think? I mean, are those books continuing, or are they just like are they just taking a knee and running out the clock?
Actually, no. Vita is she's the co-writer or like on that new Static series.
Yeah.
No, well, is that true? Because I heard that they had just given it over to the artist.
Really? Her name's on it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have not heard. This is breaking news.
I have not heard. Breaking news.
Yeah. I mean, I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, someone in the chat certainly correct me. But I thought I saw news that he was taken over as the writer.
Oh, that's interesting.
Which is exciting because his art is gorgeous, and
the art is really good. Yeah, and because there's a part of it in the very beginning of the issue where it's like, okay, this feels like a very much a Vita element, but right after that, this is a pretty action-heavy, illustration story comic, and I was pretty shocked by that. I'm like, I just knew automatically there's no way Vita wrote this, and it's just when you're so used to someone's writing style, you can tell they did not write it. And same thing with what's her name on Batman Dark Detective?
Mariko
Tamaki. Tamaki. When she wrote Future State but Dark Detective, I just knew she did not write this. And after seeing everything she's written after, clearly she did not write it. And but yeah, it's not bad. It was shockingly decent.
Yeah, like she just had like some input and maybe some of her story elements got used, but she didn't do the actual like breakdown or dialogue. Maybe that happens a lot. Like I saw Critical Drinker was they were watching the new Velma show, and then they were saying like, well, Mindy Kaling, like she's written like 22 episodes of The Office, so you would think that she knows how to be funny. And they were kind of like speculating on that. And what I wanted to chime in and say, well, what you don't understand about like writers' rooms is that you'll have somebody who's kind of like your lead showrunner, and they'll lay out even on Young Justice, which I wrote an episode of. Greg and Brandon are the showrunners, and they kind of have it mapped out, like everything that they want to accomplish. And then you go in and you have a writers' meeting for your specific arc. Like, here's all the writers that are on this arc. What are we each doing? And you kind of contribute ideas, and then it gets broken up into individual episodes, and then you write that episode. But there's a lot of it that's kind of decided by committee, and then you can add little flavor here and there, but it's part of the writing room process is that a lot of people have contributed. So she could have credit on all those episodes, but there's probably a lot of people who went into that.
Yeah,
a lot of people's ideas. I mean,
yeah, so I learned that from the Talkville podcast. I love Michael Rosenbaum and Tom Welling. They going back reviewing every episode of Smallville, and they had Jeff Loeb on there. He talked about the writers' room for Smallville, and just one huge, massive team in one room, discussing each and every episode, and like starting off with bad ideas, trying to get the good ideas, and
I would love to be like a fly on the wall for some of those interactions or some of those writers' rooms, like, you know, just to see, because like, so 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, we you know, kind of looked at the panel of all those individuals like James Tynion and everything, and they were that would be essentially what their writers' room would look like. But I would want to be on something like much more professional and see how they handle themselves, see what the talk is about, see how they're talking about characters' motivations and different story arcs. Like, I feel like that would just be so interesting, and you would learn so much from.
I would have loved to have been on the fly on the wall and the Superman creative team back in the 90s when they would have like their yearly getaway, plan out the year. They have like their big, huge white dry erase
right.
board. I would have loved give anything. I'll give away my soul right now just to experience one thing in that room, just to see them plotting everything out issue by issue, the whole year. That just dude, teach me. I want to see how you guys do this. This is great.
Do you guys think that they have that for Krakoa, or is it just throw it at the wall, see what sticks? Because like I cannot follow a single storyline, story arc, character, comic. There are just too many number ones, too many events. Where that whiteboard must look like a beautiful mind, where it's just nonsense like everywhere. You know,
I think it's just a Slack board where they say like, you know, what would be cool is if X-23, you know, said, you know, it's beer o'clock, sluts, and then you know, and then they called a guy a piss baby, and they all laugh, and then Jordan White claps like a big dumb manatee and go, oh my god, that's great, we gotta do it, you know, and then that goes to print. Man, what a disaster for the X-Men he has been. I really like find myself wondering after, you know, House of X, everybody says Powers of 10. I said Powers of X, but yeah, I guess everybody says Powers of 10, so I'll just stick with that. I really wonder if he hadn't been interfered with by a bunch of inferior talent and a doofus overseer, like how would that story have gone? Because I think it could have gone someplace really interesting, because that initial launch was so good. I don't always think Hickman is the best at writing human moments, but your big picture, you know, crazy sci-fi concepts, I think he's really good. He delivers really well. And, you know, when he does zero in on a character that he really understands, like I thought the end of Secret War was great with Reed Richards and Doom. You know, that's still one of my favorite Reed and Doom moments, where Doom they distill it right down to what their relationship is. And Doom says, you know, admit it, Richards, you've always thought you were better than me. And Reed's like, I never thought that. I've always thought you could be better than what you are. And it's and Doom loses it because he knows Reed's right. And it's such a distillation of their relationship. So I think that he is really good at like digging into those, and occasionally he does really sell those moments. But overall, I think his characters come off kind of cold. But if if we would have gotten the full story the way he intended it, instead of still just being in this year one of his plan, because they just want to have mutants milling about on Krakoa and, you know, murdering store clerks because they found a plastic bag over the head of a sea turtle. You know, like it's so unbelievable.
Just living, you know, hedonistic, you know, carefree, do whatever the hell we want lives. You can be killed, murdered, come right back the next day. There's no care. There's no consequences to anything.
You get to look down on humanity, and you get to be a racist, segregationist, you know, supremacist, which really, you know, I always say, don't assume that the politics that a character has is the politics of the writer. But man, with this Krakoa story and just the level of narcissism of some of these creators, you just see it like all laid out, like, you know, just the weird, violent fantasies that they have. And it's really depressing that these characters are meant to be heroic. But the X-Men,
they are meant to be the heroes. When in fact, we see this like these are villains. These are very villainous here.
That's the scary thing, is the moralistic values and the traits that they hold as virtue. You know, like that is wait, you think this is a good thing? You think that murdering a store clerk is like, but it also shows their intentions and what they would do with power. they would segregate. They would look on high and be on their high horse and look down on those and oppress, you know, like these are things that I feel like is their power fantasy. I mean, we saw it in that panel that we went over. A lot of those individuals, when they get into places of power, will enact that power through their own form of oppression. It's scary, man. But yeah, a lot of comics today have become Twitter platforms instead of stories. You know, it's become something that they are sharing their thoughts or their opinions on global warming instead of, you know, having a character save, you know, kids from a burning building or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But then again, the burning building could have been caused by
every
week. Multiple books.
Every
week of this bullshit. There's shit next week that I'm reading. It's like, it's the same shit. It's like Groundhog Day.
Well, when everybody is of the same hive mind, that's what you're going to get. You're just going to get the same thing regurgitated over and over because, you know, it's like, you know, they get called NPCs for a reason. It's because what's the latest thing? Like when you can look at a creator and you can say, and then you can look at something in the news and you go, I bet if I go to their Twitter, I know exactly what they're saying about this. And then you do, because it's all part of that hive mind. You know where they get their news from. You know that they don't do any critical thinking. They don't do an examination. They just, it's what I call received opinions. And in my lifetime, I've known a lot of people in the industry who have received opinions. And when you start to ask them questions about the issue, they don't actually know anything about it. Like I remember one creator was going on about the Ukraine and the border dispute and everything that's going on there. And I said, show me Ukraine on a map. And I just pulled up a map and I said, where's Ukraine? Where's Ukraine? And they had no idea. They had no idea. And I was like, you know, part of the problem here is that with us suggesting that Ukraine might go NATO, and this is just a little geopolitics for everybody, by us suggesting that Ukraine might go to NATO, we knew what was going to happen. Russia cannot allow that to happen because Ukraine cuts them off from their fleet in the Black Sea. If it goes NATO, then they're cut off from their fleet. So we knew that there was going to be an invasion. We actually, you know, helped manufacture it by letting that get out there and putting that idea out there. And, you know, no matter which side of it you fall on, you know, support Ukraine or why are we dumping all money into this country? That's immaterial. Those are facts. Those are, you know, those are the facts of the situation. And, you know, you kind of got to know the facts of a situation before you can have an informed opinion on it. I had somebody ask me about some political thing a while back, well over like a year ago. And I said to them, you know, I've heard a little bit about that on the news, but I haven't had any time to like look into it, you know, so I don't really have an opinion on that at the moment. And they were like, wow, I've never heard anybody say that. Like usually everybody has like some knee-jerk opinion. And I'm like, oh no, I actually, you know, if I don't know something, I go, well, you know, let me find out more before I start running my mouth about it. At least I try to.
Yeah, that's how I feel about that. We were just talking about it. The what's her name?
Eliza Blue.
I'm like, I have no opinion on this. I have no clue who she is.
Don't care.
Yeah, if anyone asks me what I think, like, I have no clue who the hell she is, what she did.
Yeah, I've kind of seen both sides of the argument, but I've done no research. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to do any research because I don't care.
Yeah,
it's not an issue that affects me. So,
yeah,
you know what's interesting about that though is that I think that's totally fine, is to be like, you know what, I don't have a take on this issue because I really don't care. It doesn't affect me. And there are other people who are talking about this that are way more informed about this. So I'm not even going to touch it. And people will get mad at you for having that take. And they'll say something like, well, you should have a take on this, or you should be informed about this information, or you should, you know, be, and it's like, why do I have to have a specific take on every single thing that comes out? I couldn't give two shits about this whole Eliza Blue thing because it's not comics. It's not, you know, it's not even gaming. It's not entertainment.
Plus, it doesn't directly affect your day-to-day life.
Yeah, if you're not on Twitter, if you're not on Twitter, you don't know anything about this, and your life is fine. Like, it's, you know, you're not like, it's one of those things. It's like it becomes important on Twitter, but the majority of people aren't on Twitter. Twitter's not a real place. Yeah. So, you know, that's a place for those arguments. You know, it involves Twitter and YouTube and those spheres that cover things like that. But that's not what we do. We cover comics and entertainment. And until it kind of like comes into that sphere and we actually feel compelled to do research on it, which I don't think any of us do because it doesn't come into that sphere. It's like, we're not going to have a strong opinion on it. Is she a grifter? Maybe. I don't know. Has she done some good? Probably, probably both, like maybe she lied about her background and maybe she actually did some good, like going after traffickers. I don't know. I'm just a caveman.
I am a nerd who reads comic books, and when politics are inserted into my comic books, I talk about them. But until then, for the most part, I try to remain within that, comic books, Warhammer 40K, entertainment, and the reason why those political talking points begin to make their way in is because I notice, why is Warhammer doing this, or why are comic books doing this? And that's when I talk about it. But yeah, Eliza Blue has never been in my comic book, so I don't give two shits. Yeah. Nor should I. Don't want her to be in my comic book either. Whatever. But
she'll be at the next Hellfire Gala.
Yeah.
Only hope. Yeah, right next to Seth Meyers. Yeah.
This is a good question, though. Do these writers not spend time with anyone from a different culture? And
no.
JK, this is, and that's the thing.
Ironically,
I don't think they do. And ironically, and I think that the difference is spending time with people of different cultures will give you different opinions. If you talk to anyone from, whether it's Iraq or Ireland or Italy or like random Egypt, all these different places around the world, they're going like, if you told them the minute, little political pandering Twitter arguments about Hogwarts Legacy, they would be like, what the fuck are you talking? I'm trying to feed my family over here. I do not care about Hogwarts Legacy and what it does to, thwart the, like all this stuff. And so people with different backgrounds and different cultures are going to offer different opinions. But like you were saying, Aaron, earlier, when you get the most recent download, you can be black, white, purple, doesn't matter. Your skin color, your sexuality, your gender. If you have the same thought process, then you are not getting a diversity of thought. And that's what I think a lot of people have. But
no, people are in the bubble. All their friends think like them. All their friends listen to the same media. They all have the same opinion. They all, and especially with like some of the LGBT writers, they're all like within this little like LGBT group, and everybody kind of has the same influences and talks about the same things. And so they don't have a diverse range of personal experience in life or in communicating with other people to draw on to make other characters sound different. One of the things I always liked about Chuck Dixon is if Chuck Dixon is writing Green Lantern and he's writing Hal Jordan, he writes him as a more conservative character, which you go, oh, well, of course, because, Chuck is conservative, so he understands the conservative mindset. But he could also go and write Oliver Queen and write him as a complete, bleeding heart liberal, which is what Oliver Queen is. He knew who the character was, and he said, I have to find, although that's not my belief system, I have to find out what that belief system entails and why it appeals to him and why that informs his character. And then I have to write him from that perspective and the perspective that he's right. That's his viewpoint, so that's the way that I have to do it. And I think that serves all of us as readers so much more than just all these things being these flimsy political manifestos from everybody who don't really understand what they're talking about in the first place. You have no life experience. You have you haven't examined anything critically. You're just regurgitating what you've been told, and it's boring. It's boring. Your sexuality, your race, and I hate the term race because, the way I view things is we're all one race. We're all the human race. There's different ethnicities, there's different nationalities, but we are all human beings. That's one race. But, you can have all these people from different walks of life, and they're all going to have different opinions and come in, and you need to like go out to other communities. If you're a writer, you need to talk to people that are outside of your comfort zone and get their opinions. But the problem is people are afraid of that because they're afraid if they actually get into a debate or they actually get into an argument, they can't defend their position. I'm very comfortable in my positions, but I'm also very open to hearing other people's perspectives and listening to other people's experiences. And if there's something there that resonates with me and I go, oh, I've never thought of that, or I didn't know that, I'll adjust my thinking to incorporate new information.
And even if, like, as a writer too, like, even if I'm not engaging with people, like, I'll subtly, like, I'm eavesdropping on conversations. I'm hearing what people, I'm listening to see what their opinions are. I'm hearing like, interesting. I hadn't thought of that, just kind of then storing it for later, this is what some people are thinking.
I actually noticed that about you in New York. I said I have a new understanding of Drew. I said, because I've just kind of like watched. I said I just kind of was watching you in conversations, and I was watching how you were just kind of like absorbing everything that was around you. I said Drew does way more listening than he does talking, and that's good. That's really good for a writer, because you're taking it all in.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that. Yeah, well, I mean, it kind of goes back to what we were talking about in like writers' rooms. If I were in a writer's room, I wouldn't want to talk at all. I would just be a fly on the wall. I would just want to absorb. I would just want to learn. Teach me, like I would just want to take it all in and learn from that experience. I'd be taking notes and like just experiencing and soaking it all up and being present. I think too many people are on their phones or on Twitter or something to be present in the moment. And when you discuss things with people, or even when you listen in on different conversations, you get different dialogues, and you're able to write different people within your comic books. You're able to write different dialogues and dialects and backgrounds within your comic books because you've interacted with thousands of other people in different backgrounds and cultures and stuff. And so it makes your comic book feel more authentic and more real. It adds that verisimilitude. Even though it's in a fantastical world, you can resonate with the human beings in this sci-fi setting, even though it's fake. You can still be like, oh, that sounds like something a human would say. Or you just hang out with the same people and you get panels that say, "What's going on, sluts? What's up, bitches?" And you go, "These are the people that I hang out with," and it's like, oh,
one thing
I'm a bimbo and all my friends are bimbos.
It's like you can. One thing I love is that as humans, we all have primal urges. Everyone has drives, different drives, whether they're power, money, whatever. That's like a lot of verisimilitude I like to cling to. If I want to write a story in the future, it's like finding those, what drives people, what motivates them, what are those urges that they want? Do they want the power? Do they want the money? Do they want both? Yeah, that's that verisimilitude I like. Despite we can all have different backgrounds, whatever where we're from, we all have motivations or drives.
Yeah. And Kyle, I think because Aaron's the creative director and been writing a lot for Merc and Darkwing Duck, and he's been doing like tons of other books. And Drew has now gotten Born of Blood and been writing all types of different stories. And Kyle, I know that you are writing something of yourself, and I don't want to announce it too early. So I won't say anything too much, but I will say that with what you are doing, from what you kind of gave me the plot synopsis of like each issue is going to cover, little things. I won't say anything, but that sounds like you can really go into some different humanistic qualities as well. But especially with the genre that you're covering,
yeah. I'm actually looking. I have not seen the draft of the first issue yet, but I'm looking forward to reading it because I had a production meeting today with. Well, first of all, we had a pitch meeting where Drew was pitching us the next Born of Blood, and we were kind of like fleshing that out, and that's going to be really exciting. I'm really psyched for that.
I'm so excited right now. It's like I wish I was writing it right now, actually. I may or may not have already submitted a synopsis for something to a certain editor. See what he thinks. So not getting into specifics. Can't.
yeah, but it was really exciting to talk about. And then we had a production meeting where we were kind of like going over everything, and Kyle's book was one of the things that we were talking about and where it currently is and where it's going to go on the schedule. So yeah, it's like all those things that we're trying to make up for. All of the failings of the industry by giving you guys comics that hopefully, you want to read, stuff that's interesting and stuff that isn't packed with a bunch of political messaging. It's just, very like human stories at its heart, but also is just crazy over the top action. A lot of the stuff, the things that make comic books exciting, the things that fire your imagination.
Yes.
It's really interesting. Even the creator-owned book that I'm working on that I'm going to start talking about probably this week. When we went and saw Aaron Lopresti this weekend at the con, he was talking to me a little bit about it, and he's like, "Well, when are you planning on launching?" And I was like, "Probably like late summer." And he was like, "You got to start talking about it now. You got to start showing off stuff now." And so, I'm going to take that to heart and start showing it off. It's created by James Silvani and I, James who was my co-creator on Darkwing Duck, and it's gonna be comedy based, but it's also gonna be really cool, like superhero action. So I think we'll give you a lot of fun.
Let me just say, Drew and Kyle, we're just going to keep rubbing it in that we got to hang out this past weekend. I'm just going to keep mentioning, how much fun. I'm kidding.
I was actually supposed to be in Indiana this week. We were supposed to be hanging out. But,
that's right.
Everything got postponed. So
yes.
Yeah. See, then you would have been in a chair in that room right there.
Yeah, I'd have been sitting right in there, like popping up from behind. Like,
or if everyone was here, we could all be down in Sean's basement.
Yeah,
in one of the massive rooms down there, just doing a live stream from the basement. Yeah.
And the thing that will be fun with that is we'll all have a beer in our hands, and that'll be rad.
Doing right now.
Oh, there you go. Smart. Already ahead of me. So real quick, 10 pounds of stupid. What's going on, brother? I saw you in the chat. I just wanted to acknowledge some of these. Real quick, he says, everyone's a narcissist, all of us to some degree. We all think we have it figured out. I will say that I think people can be selfish. However, none of us on this panel would ever say that we have anything figured out. No one. I think the first step to being to having wisdom and being knowledgeable, and in the context of comic books, anyone who is able to write something has to understand they don't know everything. That is the main, one of the main things of humility, authenticity. But Aaron, he shouted you out. He said, maybe the bottom guy, he's too new, but the guys on top would never change their hardest opinions on culture or opinions through culture exposure. No.
So I don't think he's this individual is aware. Like, I mean, we're well traveled.
You guys are more well traveled than I am. Like, you've been in the military, and
I've traveled all over Europe, the Middle East, Mexico, Canada. I've been everywhere. I've been in war zones, and I like to think I have a little bit of understanding of culture. I think I've experienced a little bit of it. Yeah. And you'd be surprised how many people really, really, truly do love America.
Yeah. And just real quick, like, I don't mean to call you out 10 pounds of stupid or anything. I like having these conversations with people that come into the chat because it keeps me accountable and it keeps me real. And one of the things you also said was like, hey, this is supposed to be a comic book roundup video, right? And you're absolutely right. And I think a lot of the things that we talk about, especially some of the things that I'll bring up, do directly relate to comics but it goes deeper than that. It goes into the writing, it goes into the storytelling, it goes into the passion behind the comic books, and that's what we want to talk about on shows like this. So
and you just said a magic word, Max. Passion. When I read a lot of Marvel and DC books, a lot of them, there is no passion. I do not see. I just see it paint by numbers. Get through the book. Let's get to the next one. Let's make the donuts. I just made the donuts. Mm-hmm. That's all. There's no passion there. But like Aaron has talked about, you pick up a Merc Publishing comic, Death Rage, Miss Meowborn of Blood. You're going to see passion. You're going to see creativity. We're trying to produce, kick-ass quality comics that are going to blow your mind.
Yeah, we're swinging for the fences, and I think that it's important to note that narcissism is a clinical diagnosis. I think that there's a tendency to confuse confidence with narcissism. I would say I'm very confident in what I know. I'm very confident in my abilities. Like when I say that I can do thus and so, that's built upon having done it and having been successful at it and having people like it. But that's not to say that I know everything, and I can always learn from industry veterans, and I can always take their opinions into account and kind of like their experience, because they'll have different experiences and more varied experiences, maybe than I will. It's all
case in point. It's like I'm glad I have you and Joe as a creative director and editors, because I love taking criticism from you guys because I know I'm not perfect. I know my stories aren't perfect, and if you guys tell me, hey, this is not a good idea, you may want to fix this, you may want to change it to this. Perfect. Yeah, absolutely. I'll gladly take that and go trust your judgment because you guys are experienced veterans in this industry.
Mm-hmm. And even as the person who's giving you that direction, if I turn in a script and you read it and you go, hey, this was cool, but do you think it might be cooler if you did this? I'll take that into account. Like there's no ego about it. Like on Darkwing, I hired an assistant editor who was a big Darkwing fan.
Mm-hmm.
She knew the show really well, and sometimes she would give me notes, and then from there I would decide whether or not that no, I think that my way is the right way, or what, that's a good point. Let's do this. So yeah, I think that even as somebody who edits other people, you still need an editor, because when you're working on your stuff, you get too close to it.
Yes.
And you need another pair of eyes to make sure that you're not, missing a major plot hole or something along those lines. I actually have to skip out. I told Joe Corallo that speaking of Joe, that I would jump onto this other stream that he was doing at some point, and I'm like about a half hour over, but I wanted to make sure that I spent like a good amount of time with you guys, because I appreciate being invited.
Dude, of course. Thank you so much for coming out tonight. I appreciate it. I'm sorry. Give Joe our love and say that we're sorry we made you late.
I will. I don't even know what this stream. Like, I think he said something about it's like some puppet live stream or something. I'm like, I don't know what that is, but okay.
I got the invite too. I'm going to be going over there probably about 20 minutes or so for a little bit, then come back over here. But yeah, I'm going to go. We talked about earlier in our chat. I'm going to be what's his name? Ted DiBiase, or like going back from
Rick Rude. Yeah, you're going to be on Raw and Nitro the same night. So when he jumps over to Joe's stream, he's not going to have the beard, but then he's going to come back and he's going to have a full beard again. You're going to be like, what's happening?
I need to talk to this puppet guy, because he's poaching my friends. He's poaching my talent on this panel. I need to be like, hey man, we need to get a deal going or something. I need to get royalties. No, I'm kidding.
I don't even know what I'm jumping into. So we'll see how it goes.
But Eric Green is there, so it's going to be interesting.
If we're still live, you're more than welcome to come back on, brother. But enjoy the rest of the night. And like I said, thanks for coming by.
Yeah, thanks to everybody in the chat. I always have fun with you guys. Thanks, Max. I will see you guys later.
All right, see you, brother. What was I gonna say? There's one. One of the comments said, I just mean the average person is steadfast on their strongest beliefs. Most people don't want to be converted away. I will say that for most of my beliefs that have come through experience and come through living and coming through a very cultured, traveled background, I will probably stick to those beliefs. However, there have been some that through the church or through individuals that I've met throughout my experience, like whether I was deployed or whatnot, they have given me a different perspective to where I've come out of that saying, wow, I need to do more research on this, or I should look at this a different way. I don't think that I would be in a place to say that I'm so steadfast that they will never change, because then that is being too narrow-minded. I think that you're always constantly learning something new, but to kind of flip that the other way, brother, in a lot of these comic books, these comics are lectures, and they're trying to lecture people, and they're trying to convert people into a certain way of thinking, whether it's, X-Men Green, where they're like, if you don't kill people because they're, of global warming, you're wrong. And it's like, that's the same thing they're trying to do, is they're trying to convert people and change people's minds. And it's like, okay, for the majority of people, it's not going to work. So that's kind of my take on it. I don't know if you guys feel the same way or not, but yeah.
I mean, he brought up, I'm more than happy to say
here we go.
That just because I was a cop, I'm not saying that every cop is good. Anybody that says that is an idiot. That's why it's like, it's a joke. When we say it's like, that's not what that means. I'm not saying every cop is great. There are cops that I worked with that were assholes. There are cops that I worked with that broke the law, that beat the shit out of people that shouldn't have. And they should have gotten in trouble. Some of them did, some of them didn't. But hey, that's the breaks. It's like,
life isn't fair.
Yeah. And just because I hate GCPD, the Blue Wall, because it's a shit police procedural, that's completely okay. Because
it's not even in the top 150, not even in the top 200, I think.
The book sucks. Yeah. So it's like, I am more than happy to say that not all cops are good. Not all cops are bad either.
Yeah. Same thing with Marines.
Bad cops more than good cops.
Say again?
No one hates bad cops more than good cops.
Right. Yeah. And I will echo that and say that there were Marines that I served with that I was like, how did you get into this? uniform. Like you are a shit person, not just a shit Marine, but like a shit human being, right? And that's really what we are. We're human beings that take on these uniforms. And if you're an asshole to your core, whether you put on that uniform or not, you could still be a true asshole. So there are a lot of things wrong with the Marine Corps, and I will absolutely admit that. Kyle, like you said, there are things that you could admit that the police force could maybe do better. But when it comes to the comic books that have been put out, GCPD, the Blue Wall, or whatever it is, and that stupid Soldier Stories veteran comic that I did the video on, both of those fucking sucked. They were awful. And objectively, we can speak from experience and say, this is not how it should be done.
Yeah.
So
one-sided lectures. That's all they are.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's all love, brother. I appreciate the comments. I love interacting with the chat. I think it's really important, whether it's good stuff or comments that keep me accountable, keep me on my toes. But having that discussion, having those conversations are what keeps us growing. It gives us more creativity. It gives us more interaction with people. Because if not, then this would be a big echo chamber, and that's the exact opposite of what we want to do. So
we're not the X office. Yeah,
no,
we're not the X office.
The X Slack.
And
we're not the Slack chat. Yeah, X Slack.
I was going to say, yeah, we have a group chat, but we do not have a Slack. And most of the time, our group chat is just me sending physique photos of Batman and Wolverine by Mark Silvestri.
Yeah,
so
and me sending memes. Yeah,
and memes,
ignoring them,
and Kyle not ever talking in the chat. Or it'll be me sending statues of Azrael and wondering, how much of my life I can sell, if I can sell my body to get another statue.
And I'm pissed off at myself for spending almost $70 on a Todd McFarlane Batman Azrael action figure. God damn it. With no alcohol.
With no alcohol. Hey, I kicked myself in the ass this week because I purchased probably 10 to 20 books that I wanted to bring to the comic convention, to have Aaron Lopresti sign, and to have Marv Wolfman. So I had all these books. I had like I said, 10 to 20 books for Marv Wolfman and Aaron Lopresti. I order them, fast track it, but because of the ice storms, they didn't get here. So I went to my local comic shop and found a lot of those back issues. So I bought like 20 books that now I have 2 copies of. So I essentially bought 40 books, 20 of them which are signed, and the other which are just sitting here. And I'm like, well, what do I do with these now? So yeah, I've made those purchases, and I was completely sober, and I kicking myself in the ass for it.
Smart.
Smart. Yeah, smart. Should have gone to the comic shop first. But there's a lot of things wrong with the Marine Corps. Flaccid Phoenix. I don't think Flaccid's still in the chat, but if he is, those 5 former Memphis police officers were gang members.
Yeah.
With
I know about this with the Scorpion unit. Is that what it's called? And I this is a situation I don't know that much about. I just know that it's called the Scorpion unit, and
they beat the fuck out of that dude.
You watch that footage.
It is ridiculous. It is honestly hard to watch. And fuck those guys. They all need to be tried. It's terrible.
Oh yeah. And Keeley, we won't get too much into it because that's way outside my purview.
That's beyond GCPD, the Blue Wall, right there.
Yeah. That's something that's like super serious and something that
was it Luke Cage series that got canceled?
City on Fire.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Where even Marvel was like, we can't do this. We are going to die.
Our limits.
Yeah. Which says a lot about what that book was. But so I thought at first you were talking about the train that was run on that one chick in Tennessee. And then I was like,
there.
oh no, that's not what you're talking about. But
that one's more lighthearted and hilarious.
that one's more funny and simpy. Yeah, that's not.
There was almost every department. All right, there's usually almost always a female officer. Who is banging every guy. Like that almost always exists. It exists in the Marine Corps. Don't tell me it doesn't. It exists everywhere. There's always that one female that everyone knows that gets around.
We call them, so in the Marine Corps, we call them barracks bunnies, and they will
call them in Baghdad the Desert Queens.
We had
the Desert Queens.
That's what they were. Yep. Bad bunnies. So
badge bun. Oh, there you go. Badge bunnies. Yeah. They would, because you've got these big old barracks buildings that are basically like apartment complexes, and you've got men and women living in these apartment complexes, and they're 18-year-old, Lance Corporal Schmuckatelli and Lance Corporal, Big Butt Magoo over here, and she's walking around in her booty shorts and nothing else around this, barracks, just asking for it, man. It's
she knows what she's doing. Yeah,
she knows exactly what she's doing. Yeah, it's like when the waitress is talking to George at the in the episode, and she's like, "Yeah, let me check on that for you." And Kramer's like, "She knows exactly what she's doing." Hey, look who it is, Steph from My Nerdy Home. Hey, Steph, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Speaking of Steph, we're going over some Batman, and Steph, if you guys didn't know, one of my very first videos on this channel, Steph and I went over Batman 3 Jokers. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, with Jason Fabok's art, which is just near literal perfection.
You want to talk about an artist? What is he doing? Where is he? What
he's been doing covers, I guess.
Maybe if we're lucky, a variant.
A year?
Yeah, a year.
Maybe one a year that he's already done.
You want to talk about a talent that's just
underutilized.
Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm glad that we are Big Butt Magoos as well. Yeah, no, three Jokers was great. I really enjoyed that.
That first issue. Oh my God. Loved it.
So cool.
Yeah.
And the ending to it. That was mind blowing. I did not see that coming.
The dialogue was great in that last shot with Joker and Batman in the back of that SWAT car, and they're talking together, and you figure out the motivations of why Joker has done all of this. It just made a great story arc. But I do too. I miss Joe Mad. You guys look at my Twitter. I've got a couple of Joe Mad books up there that I've reviewed. His he did 3 issues on Savage Wolverine. Yeah, and they are gorgeous. They are incredible.
Are you going to show us Ultimates 3 he did with Jeff Loeb?
Oh, yeah. I never actually read that book, but I saw the art for it, and it is just, it's incredible.
When you read it and you read the Quicksilver and the Scarlet Witch stuff, it's it gets a little interesting.
a little dicey.
Yeah, a little risky business.
Yeah. Chef's kiss. And Joe Mad draws musculature and dudes just perfectly. Actually, Joe Mad's women, like Joe Mad drew Elektra in that Savage Wolverine. She is hot, man.
Yeah.
When I
was a kid, honestly, I remember reading the Age of Apocalypse when he was doing the art for that, and how he drew Blink. They had me going. I'm like, hey, what's going on down there? Blink was hot. I don't care what anyone says. Blink was smoking hot, drawn by Joe Mad.
Right? Oh yeah, no, I completely agree. I was gonna say, let me see if I can bring up so one of my favorites here, Joe Mad. Because now he's doing like video games and stuff.
The Jason Babs dynamic and 3 Jokers, there really wasn't a payoff to it.
No.
It was teased, but there was no payoff to it. Nothing really came of it. So it was an interesting idea, but nothing happened with it. And from what it's looking like, we may or may not, probably not, get a follow-up to this, which is disappointing. And it's a interesting idea that ultimately went nowhere.
I'd have liked to have seen more.
Yeah.
I don't know. I actually kind of like that it's a bit of a contained, well, don't get me wrong. I would love to see that that creative team come back, you know, and do another story. But I actually kind of like that it was just like that one little thing, and it existed for a moment, and then it was like, I don't know, what are the, you know, what's going to happen next? It's kind of like
that's why I don't like, because we know that we probably nothing is going to happen now, and we're not going to get another follow to it, and it's just left dangling there.
No, that's true. I don't know if this is going to get me banned or anything, but talk about Joe Mad's women.
Yeah,
that is Red Monica from Battle Chasers. She is something else. This is, I think, the cover to issue 2. I mean, please, I mean, this had me all confused as a kid. I was like, what is going on here? Yeah, she is just absolutely gorgeous. I'm sure probably takes a little bit after Red Sonja, but no, her character design is a lot of fun, and she's a badass. So here's another great, I think this was a variant cover for one of the Battle Chasers issues. But yeah,
look up his
anyway.
Look up his type in like Joe Madureira Blink.
Oh, okay. Let's see if I can pull that up as well. Mad Blink. Yeah, I miss him. I'm wondering how he's doing with the video games, because I mean, he probably made the right choice to move to video games, because comic books, there's not a lot of money in it right now. But
yeah.
Is there anyone that I'm trying to?
Yeah, it's like in that issue with Sabertooth on the cover. Yeah, she was. Yeah.
This one.
Yeah, in that issue, she was smoking hot. Yeah.
I would probably have to pull it up on the Read Comics website, because I don't know if they have any of the interiors. It looks like
it doesn't look like it, but yeah. She had it going on.
Bummer.
His Rourke too was smoking hot. Yeah, I gotta say that.
His women and men are both like peak top, you know.
Comic book, you know, like characters you love to look at in comic books.
Yeah. Steph goes, yeah, even I'm turned on with the fire emojis. Well, that's the thing. It's like a lot of these fantastic artists, one of the things that they can do that's great for both genders is that, like, he makes the men to where men look at them and they want to be them, and women want to be with them. You know, like that's who he draws. Or if it's a female, women want to be them and men want to be with them. It's the opposite. But yeah, no, I think he does the same thing that Silvestri does, which is, you know, Silvestri does fantastic physiques and also really great faces, like really, really great faces, which is one of the hardest things to do, I feel like.
Absolutely. Just you can really, there are times when you just see the craziness in Joker's face, the desperation in Batman's face. And this is very much a fast-paced, tension-filled comic. When they've got there's a ticking clock, Batman is at wit's end, literally trying to figure out how to save everyone on this train, and it may not go how he wants it to.
Well, because this is the exact moment that, you know, you hear the scream and someone go, "Oh my God!" And I'm reading this book and I was just like, he did it, didn't he? You know, you were like, holy shit.
Yep.
And sure enough, he's standing in the doorway.
Yep.
just the big ones, you know. Like, I
mean, when you're like, it's funny, but it's just like, oh my God,
like he did it. Yeah.
He did it.
It's like, oh shit.
Yeah. And that sinister smile, like you were saying, Drew, like Mark Silvestri really brings it with that face. And once again, great splash page where Batman is about to attack him. But like, look at the freaking striations in the shoulders.
Yes.
And in the action pose, you can just see that he wants to kick his ass right now.
He's going to pound his ass in.
He's like, no need to thank me.
Everyone's
all right.
No need to thank me, Bats. Just doing my part, you know.
There's no
like he's such an asshole, and you're like, oh, you want to punch him, but Real quick, wow, Ian so forth, dude, thank you so much. That is huge. Yeah, claps for that, my man. That is very, very generous. He says, been missing your streams, mate, but timing clash, still watching. Dude, well, thank you so much. No, I've missed you in the chats, man, but it's a pleasure to have you here, and thank you for the 50. That is very, very kind, and that's proper money, by the way. That is proper money.
That's what they say.
Let's see, what clip do I want to give you here? I'm gonna give you one of my or probably my favorite film franchise of all time.
I bid you stand, man of the West.
Hey man, thank you, Ian so forth. Yeah, Palace S might be a bad choice of words given current comics.
Honestly, if it made that turn, I wouldn't have been surprised. That's how lowered my expectations are anymore. If it did make that turn, it's like, oh, okay, it went there. Of course it did.
Matter of time.
Yep.
Oh God, that's what scares me so much. Is like, imagine this whole series, because it's a 7-issue miniseries right now.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine the whole thing. And then at the very, like, issue 7, Batman and Joker kiss, and they're like, oh, well, this is what it's been leading up to. We are the deadly duo, and they get married or something.
Yeah. And to be honest, hey, I'll spoil it right now. We saw it. I sent the photo. Wildcats next week.
Oh, yeah.
You have a 12-year-old girl walking in on a woman pleasuring 2 naked men robots. We know they're Spartan robots, but they're naked. This 12-year-old girl walks in and sees it, and it's like, is this really happening right now? Yeah.
Well, we looked at that Spawn comic like a month or 2 back, and Spawn doesn't really care too much about that child trafficker much, but he's definitely in favor of like stopping those riots. But like child trafficker, it's a minor inconvenience. You know what I mean? I was just like, what? Are we on the same Earth here? Like, are we on the same planet? Yeah, it's wild, man. What you'll read in some of these. But
great.
Yeah. So anyway, fantastic page, great dialogue from Joker, and you can just see Batman is about to kick his ass, or as we say,
pound his face.
Pound his ass. Yeah. And yeah, this panel right here really, it made me laugh, but at the same time, I was like, "Fuck, man!"
Yeah,
because you know that he saved all all thousands of those people at the train station, but at what cost? And yeah,
real quick, one detail. This is a detail I just love. Look at Batman's mask. Look at the right across the panel, right across from where Joker's getting the thumbs up. Look at how crisp and sharp the nose is. It just looks so detailed. So it looks like it's so lived in. It's so real. The texture looks incredible. Just the line work on Mark does not get enough credit for his line work from people. People are just like, oh, it looks too penciled. It looks too sketchy. I'm like, this is perfect. This is what I want in a Batman art.
Yeah. Oh, 100%, man. This is the cowl. This is the Batman cowl. This is like, you can't see the eyes. He's got that deep brow, or that
brow.
The large brow. Mm-hmm. He's got the strong jawline that just jets out from the. But it's funny because yes, there's some scritchy scratchy here and kind of in the shadow. But he goes back to a lot of cross hatching on some of the facial features. So he's doing a mixture of both. Where it was like before he would only do cross hatching, whereas like these panels have much more of the scritchy scratchy that we've seen that he's been kind of doing more so now, but it works. Like you said, this is the quintessential Batman cowl, and it's menacing.
It is. Well, what's great at this point is, so the last issue, 2 people died because Batman couldn't save the day.
So
there's already been 2 people that have died, so there's bigger stakes. And then this one, because you brought Joker with him, more people have died. It's like the amount of people that have died on Batman's watch is more than what we usually get in any Batman book. So, like, the fact that there are actual stakes to this, it makes it feel like real and serious. And he's not, oh, just in the nick of time, I'll save the day. I'm better. It's like, I'm the best. It's like, nope. How many people died because of you?
You know, that is such a great that is such a great observation, because I didn't see that at first when I was reading this. I was just so focused on the art and the story. But when you look at last issue, like you said, and this issue, and when you start adding up the death toll, you're starting to realize that having Joker as a partner is taking its toll. It's there are consequences to having Joker here. And right now the death count is 8, because 6 people on the train and 2 people in the issue 2 or 3 or whatnot. So this is not your what is it, Silver Age Batman, where he's in tights and Robin and him are just going around in like the Adam West type of Batman. This is one that has consequences and death, and it's kind
of reminds me of Saw. It's like Batman with Saw, pretty much, kind of just in these death scenarios.
Yeah,
I like that.
It's 7. Like
it's
that.
7,
7, yeah.
Hey, I gotta jump in on the stream real quick because I gotta say hi. Then I'm coming right back after that, probably in about 20-30 minutes. Hope you guys are still
okay.
But I'll be right
Sounds
back.
good, brother.
Yeah.
All right. See you soon. Tell the guys I say hi.
I will. Yep. Go for it. No, I got a chair over there.
Okay.
The other thing that I think you were kind of alluding to is like these deaths are on his hands. Oh, he's gonna take the chair anyway. But yeah, no. These deaths are on Batman's hands. Like the blood is his gloves are dirty at this point. Like he's now like, oh shit, these people have died on my watch at this point. So
yeah, and his hands are tied. It's like he's just like, what can I do? I mean, you're just so used to Batman having the answers and always coming up with a solution to an impossible problem, and the fact that he can't, and it's almost like that. Well, is it on purpose? Like, okay, you're giving me these tasks or these quizzes or whatever, knowing that it's not going to work, or is it incompetence, or is it because of the Joker? We don't know. Could be a little bit of all of it. So I don't know. It just feels real. It just feels like a Batman. Like, oh shit, you may not have all the answers.
And that's because you almost get into. I hear a lot of people that will say like, oh well, Superman's OP because he's just like has every power possible. But couldn't you say that about Batman too? Because everyone says, oh, well, given enough time, Batman could beat anyone, right? With enough preparation. So it's like, well, then he's just the same thing. He's overpowered and he has a plan for everything. He's able to, like you said, he can solve any answer or solve any question or, but this one, he's making mistakes or he's doing the right thing and still the outcome is not in his favor. So it's like, fuck, what can he do? He's like you said, his hands are tied.
Yeah. Well, the last one, he had the right answer. He said
it.
He's like,
yeah.
You're right. But they're going to die anyway.
and the guy was just,
I love it. And it's like, I almost saw the solution to this problem in a very Adam West way. Like, all right, I need everybody to jump on the count of 3. So that way our weight won't be on the train. And like, it would solve it in some stupid ass way. Like, oh, see, all of our weight is off the train. So technically it's not here. It's like, well, that's really stupid.
I like this question. Who's the better crosshatcher, Finch, Adams, or McNiven? So I'm biased and I would probably say Finch.
I say Finch.
But I also really like Stephen Platt. So if you added Platt to this list, I would probably choose Platt over Finch. But that may just be me because I just remember that Moon Knight cape and that Moon Knight art. And it's just
Bernie Wrightson also is probably an OG. It's somebody that some of his stuff, his Frankenstein stuff, some of his panels of Frankenstein, like it's just absolutely mind blowing.
Yeah, good call. I totally forgot about that one. So then we get some nerd shit. It's just basically nerd talk. They're talking about, they're nerding out, talking about, okay, what are these antibodies? What does it mean for, these cells that were created to kill cancer cells, but they can regenerate other organs and maybe even other limbs. And we start to find out that maybe one of the patients that were under these treatments could be Amanda Sims. At least that's what I got from this. Is that what you were tracking as well? Because I think what I read from this is that let's see. He says, yeah, this looks like the list of patients, quote unquote. My God, is that who I think it is? And so you realize that, those like Joker things. I'm wondering if the daughter was one of those Joker things. Those like mutant monsters. I don't know.
The one that we've cut to, we saw like put a head on a pike or something down in the or whatever that. Yeah, could be.
So I'm wondering if maybe that is, and these things are all patients, quote unquote, of the father Sims and his regenerative cells, and he's given them all these like different things. Because then the next shot is this awesome Batman shot of him just power stance. I
love it. Excuse me, I'm Mr. Batman, sir. I leave now.
I'm kind of tired digging. Is that I really want to go home. And he's just like, fuck you, keep digging.
What do we see? What's going on?
What's up?
What do we see? What's being dug up? Are we gonna see?
Well, I think that's the question. I think the daughter, the body is gonna be gone. I don't think she's gonna be there because I think she's gonna be, like I said, one of the mutant things. I don't know. Do you think she's gonna be there in the grave, or
whatever it is? It's spooked this guy, and it's pissed off Batman.
That is very true. That is very true. And then this shot, I was like, dude, the stakes couldn't get any higher, right?
Like I can hear that. Like what's so great? Like you brought up Seven, and just like I could see David Fincher like directing this, and I can hear this busy police station all of a sudden like come to a screeching halt, and the sound just cuts out,
drops out. Yeah.
And everyone's just staring at this like, what the fuck is this?
and just a slow pan into who is it? It's Bullock.
Yeah.
And just a slow dolly shot, kind of going for like zooming in. Yeah, if anybody needs me, I'll be in forensics. And we're led to believe at this point that now Gordon has lost an eye.
Oh.
So
ouch.
If it is Gordon, because he says I'll be in forensics, and every box that's come in has been from Gordon. So
it's true. Does he have brown eyes? I don't know. But really, I mean, that's a great eye too. I mean, that how he drew that eye is like perfect. Like, look at all the little disgusting
details here. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's disgusting. It looks very, very real.
It does.
But no, this is exactly. That's what comic books I feel like should be the best medium to adapt into film, because here's your storyboard, right? Like you present this storyboard to the director or to your producers, and you go, exterior, GCPD, here's our establishing shot.
Yeah.
Inside, we have lots of noise, lots of hustle and bustle, papers being shuffling, and then slowly sound drops out. Pan in on both. Like everything is meant for a perfect adaptation to a film, and yet they can't do it.
I know. Someday.
Someday. And then here's some of that.
Oh, that's what I want right there. I want it.
Yeah. This
giant
right here.
Artist edition hardcover.
God, could you how much is this page? 20,000? You think $100,000?
Oh, I don't know. I'll give him $200.
Mark Silvestri, famous artist. I will give you $200 for a panel of your original art of Batman.
Confirmed. I'll send it right
and
now.
he will. He'll go. Yeah. Actually, it was funny. We were talking to Lepresti, and I said, "Do you have that Death Dealer?" And he goes, "Yeah, I got it right here." And he had the Death Dealer sketch that he had done, and it looked great. And I said, "You know, would you do it for 150? Because Kyle really wants it for 150."
If you would have got it for 150, oh my god, I would have been so pissed at you.
I don't think I would have been able to get it for 150, but like maybe 175 because I think I would have paid cash for it. But we were giving you a hard time, and he was like, because I said, yeah, you know, Kyle wanted 150, and he's like, of fucking course Kyle wanted it for 150, but I told him 200. So we were.
I don't know. He might catch me on an off moment. I might give him 200 for it. So who knows?
Ooh,
it's so good.
I don't know.
It looked good in person, didn't it? I bet it did.
It actually on Facebook. I was like, this is cool. It definitely looks great. In person, I was like, okay, this is. I mean, in person, it's better. Is what I'm trying to say.
His art is like every piece that I've gotten. You know, like I said, I have 4 or 5. Every one of them looks so much better when I see it. When I get to actually see it, I'm like, oh my god, this is even better than I thought it was, and it still looks. Yeah, he's one of those guys that just his cross, like we're talking about cross hatching, stuff that he's done is just absolutely amazing.
I asked him. I said, you know, because he draws both really well, and we saw this in Wraith of God. But he draws women really well, and he draws monsters and creatures really well. And those are like, that's his bread and butter, is those two, women and monsters.
Yep.
And so I asked him, I was like, what do you like drawing more? Like, what do you have more fun with? And he's like, of fucking course I like monsters and creatures. And I love drawing that shit. And he was like, you know, with drawing women, you have to stay within the structure of, you know, having a feminine figure or a feminine feature, like feminine facial features. You want them to be very pretty. And he's like, and so I try and do that. But with monsters and creatures, I can just go wild. You know, I can really make something just insane. Right. And so it was cool to talk to him, but that was one of the things that you can see in his art when he draws monsters and creatures and like really crazy stuff. He's having a lot of fun doing it.
Oh yeah. Like he did a Swamps thing recently, and it was absolutely phenomenal.
Oh yeah, right. Is Silvestri doing the coloring on this as well? I don't think so, Eric. I think that's someone. No, that I've never heard of that before. An artist doing writing, illustration, and color and ink. Yeah, no, that would be. Whew.
Yeah, very few do that.
Yeah,
some indie guys do that.
Maybe. Don says everyone has a brown eye if you think about it. If you really think about it, sure.
That's
true. Yes, like Zaxx in a dress. That would be very monstrous. I don't think anyone would want to see that.
No.
Who would have thought that in a Landscape with Batman books by Zdarsky, Ramsey, and a Spawn Batman crossover that it would be Silvestri who delivered the best story, dude? Right?
Yeah, the Who's Who, and I'm a big Ram V fan. I really like Ram V. What he's doing with Detective is it's not him. It can't be him. I feel like his name is just attached to it. He didn't actually. I don't think he's doing anything with it. Can't be.
No, you're absolutely right though, Mark. It's weird because there are so many Batman titles to choose from, and like you said, the landscape is just covered in like it is Batman fatigue at this point. But one of the things that we said at the beginning of the stream was, if you aren't reading this Batman story, you're wrong, because this Batman is the quintessential. It's the best book. It's the best Batman book that DC has put out in a while. Because even the Batman in the ongoing, in his leading title, when he was facing Failsafe, that was only for like 3 issues, 3 or 4 issues.
Yeah.
That's all we got. And then it was gone. Like
We're on
that.
to
So
Town.
now we're on to what is happening.
We're in Toontown, and we got to enjoy a little slice of heaven for a while, and that's okay.
Yeah, because you guys had reviewed the recent Batman book, and it's a different direction. Totally different direction.
That's a nice way to put it. Fucking sucks is another one.
Speaking of fucking sucks, you want to talk about this piece of garbage?
Why not?
Leave it to Marvel to just ruin a great character. Well, I guess it's not like ruining a great character, but
the title, I mean, come on.
Bishop War College.
What the fuck does that even mean?
It should have just been like Captain Bishop or maybe Bishop.
He's a Captain Commander, Chief Commander.
Yeah, excuse me, Chief Captain Commander Bishop.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Chief Captain Commander Bishop.
Yeah, that's the title. There you go, Marvel. I'm so tired of this stupid computer desktop, letter file font bullshit at the beginning of every one of these like X titles.
It's been happening. It's like reading a dossier, isn't it cool?
That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. It's a dossier. It's like, oh, you're getting the files on this new person. Here you go. It's got all this like cryptic text and like, yeah. It's like,
we're going to put it in the middle of the book too, because we don't have enough source material to make an entire fucking book.
Exactly.
You don't want to read it.
I'm putting this in writing, so there's a record of it. I renew my concerns about Bishop and his quote unquote war college. This is probably going to land on deaf ears, but I wanted there to be a paper trail just in case. And it's like,
stunning and brave. Thank you.
No one cares. No one cares. So big ol' shot here of our main man saying again, we basically find that he's like teaching these youngsters, these new X-Men recruits, students,
bros,
individuals, bros,
theys, thems,
TikTokers, they, thems. He's teaching them, or I guess going through practice of like, fighting scenarios.
Yeah, like also, I went to like Red Man. You're fighting, and we're gonna just like being in a danger room, but it's like we're gonna fight for an X amount of time because it's called fucking War College. And they have to actually, prepare for war. You may have to fight, and he's just going through simulation after simulation. No, you're gonna fight again and again. You got to build up your endurance, your stamina, to when you're in an actual fight. That 2-minute fight is going to seem like a half an hour because you're only going to get about a good 30 seconds in before you're gassed.
Yeah.
And you find that out real damn quick. I found that out real fast.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I'm 6'1", 250. Like, trust me, I can hold myself in a fight.
Yeah.
No, I can't. I found that out after our first Red Man. I lasted maybe 15 seconds, and I'm like, all right, I'm getting my ass kicked. I'm exhausted.
And you look at so I wrestled in high school, and wrestling matches, I think they're 2 minutes a piece, like about 2 minutes, like you said, feels like an eternity. Like 2 minutes will feel like 30 minutes.
Yep.
And even when they're like slapping the things together and they're like, you've got 30 seconds or you've got 10 seconds, there is no feeling longer than time in that point in that moment, and that's just wrestling. I mean, in the real world, or if you are, God forbid, fighting for your life, that is going to feel like an eternity. Fighting gasses you quickly. So
everything he's heightened to 100. Everything is heightened. You get tunnel vision. Like the first fight I got in the jail when I was there, right out of the academy. It's like, I'm coming out of the academy like I'm in the best shape I've ever been in my life. It's like, I'm excited. I'm anxious. I'm a new rookie. So it's like, I got all this. It's like, I mean, your first fight, it's like, what happened? I mean, I trained for this. You're in the academy. I went through, you go through 3 simulated red red men fights. And so the first one, they generally get to kick your ass because you don't know what you're doing. Second fight, you only learn standing up, how to defend yourself standing up.
Oh, okay.
And of course, whomever you fight takes you down to the ground, and then you don't know what the fuck you're doing. And then the third one, you're then supposed to be able to put it all together, and then you learn, and then it's like, okay, you put it all together. You're wearing your uniform and your gun belt and all your stuff, and you're using a radio, and so it's like you're supposed to learn all of that. And then, my first fight in the jail, it was inmates. It was a fucking all-out brawl, and there was at least 10 inmates beating the shit out of each other, and it's like, oh shit, what do I do? And it was, a couple minutes, but it felt like it was all night. And then you're exhausted at the end of it, and you got to do reports. Like, what happened? I don't know.
Well, there's a great, this happens a lot in fights and in war and in combat, whatever you want to call it. But there's that post fight or flight, where all your adrenaline has been sucked out of you, and you're like falling asleep because you're so exhausted from like that, initial bout of combat or, fighting. Your body's just physically dead, but
so that's there been from the future who has seen what the future holds, because he's from the future. He sees what happens to mutants. So he understands that there are stakes to this. And so he's teaching these bratty ass kids, like, no, I'm going to push you to your limits and push you past them because I know what you're capable of. You're capable of much more than what you're showing me now. And then so they have the audacity to talk shit to him and say, hey, I need a timeout because can you stop being so mean to me?
We need a break, Bishop. We have earned a break. This is also Krakoa War College Week 6. Yo, Week 6? You are proficient. At least I would hope you're proficient in your fighting capabilities. And you should be at the maximum height of your, physicality. I think for boot camp, for Marine Corps boot camp, it's about 3 months. Once you're like halfway through, you feel like you're invincible at that point. Well, not really. You're still being shit on by the program. But you're in such peak physical condition because for the past month you've just been training. I don't know. But keep pushing those recruits, Bishop. Let's see how many go all private pile. Oh no. And this little tiger furry person, and when that's gonna be, when is that gonna be? We've been at this all day. We're beat, man.
It's the middle of the day. It's sunny out. So what the fuck are you talking about? All day.
Well, this is what gets me. We're beat, man. Not we're beat, Captain. We're beat, sir. We're beat. Like no title recognition. Like if this is military or college, he's got a title. He's Captain Chief Commander, whatever bullshit. They're like,
oh yeah. Nope. If I was in the academy and just said, hey, give me a fucking break. I'm tired. Yeah, you want to see what's going to happen to you? You're not going to like it.
They're going to train you even harder.
Yeah, you're not going to want to go the next day.
No. Nope, no way. I quit. I'm out of here.
See ya.
Just tosses later. We've been at it all day, blah, blah. You have to fight as long as it takes, Bishop says. We get it, Bishop. Me and Armor aren't exactly new around here. Remember, we've lived that risk. Cam and Aura have already died for being mutants. A mass comes from a whole world of dead mutants. We're young, but no one can call us children anymore. We know that this isn't a game, and we're done playing yours.
Ooh.
Strong, brave,
Get put in your place, bro.
Yeah. And then we get more of this. We get more of the dossier.
No one reads it.
Sturge has the point, comes out of nowhere and lectures him. And then at this point, he gets like super mad because she's trying to say like, yeah, you should be a little bit easier on him. But then he like totally does a 180 and he goes, I'm not really a bully, am I?
God damn it. What did you do?
Like,
what are you doing?
there isn't enough time. I didn't understand this, but like this panel is just peak Marvel. Is just sad, depressed X-Men, midlife crisis. Am I the bully? Am I the problem?
Toxic masculinity. You can't be too strong of a male. Nope. Now, if this was a female character, if this was White Queen or whoever, Emma Frost, whatever you want to fucking put out there, it would be like, no, I'm stunning and brave, and you're going to listen to me, and they're going to be like, yes, ma'am, Mrs. Captain Woman. It's like, the fact it's a man, you show your anger, and I'm going to talk down. Oh, maybe they are right. Maybe, I am a bitch.
I'm not going to be bullied by you, Bishop. I'm not really a bully, am I? Bro, Bishop, you're like 6'5", 260 pounds, dude. You're a fucking monster.
You're playing with sand.
And you're yeah. God damn. But this is also peak Marvel. So then we realize that the villains of the issue are literal Nazis. So Andrea and Andreas von Strucker, the twin mutant children of Baron von Strucker. That swastika-shaped apple didn't even leave the branch. So, like, normally I'll kind of say, "Oh yeah, joke around. They're Nazis. They're villain Nazis." No. Literal Nazis in the comic book. So cool. Coffee has got to bounce. He says, "I got to bail since I was invited to the Low Grades YouTube show as a guest, so I got to head out." Dude, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it, and it's a pleasure. Yeah, we'll catch up soon, man. I hope you're doing well, and I hope the shop's doing well. So yeah, thanks for being here. Yeah, Sergeant Admiral has a nice ring to it.
I like the sergeant coming first before the admiral.
Yeah, right. The sergeant is the higher rank.
That makes perfect sense.
So then the kids run off and they're like, "I'm done with him. I'm not going back, blah, blah." And they embrace. And then they have a lesbian kiss. Because the Green Lagoon on Krakoa, they have beers.
Because, of course.
You got to drink or eat or do something. I do not like the character designs of any of these characters.
Do you know any of their fucking names?
Nope.
I don't.
Were we told their names?
I have no idea.
It's
just gotten to that point. It's like, oh, you're just a non-binary. I have no fucking clue what you are, and you're just another mopey bitch. And it's like, let's sit here and drink beer and complain about how our life on this, area that we have taken over on the, the globe is somehow not good enough.
Well, that's the thing. I don't know if it's the art or if it's the design of the characters, but I think she's more female presenting, and I think this is a guy, but here it looks much more female presenting, but then in this photo, it's like that jawline and that Adam's apple says something different. I don't know.
Yeah. Very handsome woman.
Very, very handsome. Oh, look, another dossier.
Yeah, it's from the Quiet Council.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it's
all
an email.
war captains.
Be sure to read it.
You've already started your war college training with Surgeon Armor. We felt we should officially give it our blessing with a few caveats and instructions. Once again, don't really care, unfortunately.
I've never read a single one of those, and I never will.
I don't. Does it add anything to the story?
I don't know because I've never read them. I don't care.
I was gonna say I've never really. Yeah, Eric says, well, if you have to ask, but so then okay, this panel too, I was like, okay, so then we get the whole lineup of all the teens, kids, mutants, whatever you want to call them. None of these people look interesting. None of them look fun. None of them look cool. None of them look remotely creative. I don't know. What are your thoughts? I see this panel and I just want to throw up.
I don't see them as a team. First off,
no.
Because I haven't seen you guys really come together as a team.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't see a leader. I mean, you don't have that Cyclops. You don't have the Storm. You don't have that strong character that can be like, you know what, guys, grow the fuck up. Like, you need that team leader that eventually gets the team to come together and say, you know what, he's right. We probably should stop our mopey, whiny bullshit. Our life's actually pretty great. We can't die. We get to come back whenever we want. And you know what? Could be worse. We have our own island that we've stolen, and it's like, I think we're doing okay. I think we should probably, listen to this guy. He might know what he's talking about. And not talk so much shit.
Yeah, I feel like if they're going to be a team, they need to come together and realize, you know what, because I think this is the point where they come back to Bishop and they're like, all right, we got you, boss. We're gonna train with you, blah blah blah. Like, this is, we're here. We're gonna, I don't know. Like, what was that? He says, now that that's out of the way, let's move on. Daylight's burning. Oh, that's right, because they go and train now in the cave. Like, he goes to train in the cave for some reason. But I think one of the other things that, for me, I guess, that really doesn't stick out is these three characters, like this one here on the far left, and then these two on the far right.
Yep.
Just look like normal humans. They just look like normal people.
Yep.
This one too, for the most part, but kind of has like a different hairstyle.
It looks like Ezra Miller.
It does. You're so right. It looks like Ezra Miller. So we've got Ezra,
real human or not? Probably not.
Yeah, probably not. Some alien species, but we've got Ezra Miller, and then three normal chicks, and then the tiger furry dude.
Yep.
Person.
Tiger Lily. Yeah, and so
Tiger Lily.
It's just, do any of them look menacing to you? They all look like 110 pounds soaking wet.
Yeah.
You give them a paper cut, and they're going to be like, God, I don't want. Something.
100%. And I mean, like,
menacing.
They're not menacing, and they're not, and not to say that the X-Men should be like menacing in like an evil term, but menacing in like Colossus is 7 feet tall and a steel, like, built Russian dude. That's pretty. That's going to be impactful if you see that in the wrong setting. Wolverine is this, even though he's 5'3", his presence is imposing. He's got the claws and the fur and the hair and the jawline and everything. Even like Storm, you look at Storm, her presence, her power, like her costume, her like long white hair. There's power to that.
Confidence. None of them have
confidence.
There's no confidence in any of these people, and they shouldn't have it because they don't. And Bishop needs to know that, like, okay, you're all pieces of shit and you're all going to die. But you know what? I'm here. I'm going to do the best I can.
Yeah. No, they have snarkiness. It's definitely not confidence. It's snark. The little eyebrow up. Ezra Miller has a little eyebrow, like, and the hips turn to the side and the head and hair. Like, everything is just snarky TikToker.
Yeah, attitude. I got attitude.
I got attitude. Batitude. So yeah, they go down to the cave to train.
Cave of Wonders. Yep.
Cave of Wonders. They go into Bishop's cave. Ooh. You all know Wrong Slide, right? Hi everyone.
No.
No fair man. I know. Right? Nope, I don't. Please, Bishop, why don't you introduce him to me?
Please. Another dossier page of explaining Wrong Slide.
Oh God, if only. And then another character, I guess. But then the Nazis show up. So, well, at least here's some action.
Yeah.
But then the Nazis show up, and they say, "Well, you're not supposed to be here." And they find Bishop and the kids, and they transfer Bishop into this alternate reality, potentially.
Yep.
Is that what it is? Okay.
I think so.
the kids stay there in the cave, but Bishop gets zapped out. And sure enough, the alternate reality. Oh, and the kids are all powerless. Like they had any powers before. I didn't even think they
know
had
their
powers.
powers, so it
Yeah,
doesn't
we don't even know. So they're all powerless, and Bishop's gone. And where we see Bishop in the next like multiverse is he's now in a universe where every X-Men character is now black. So, stunning and brave.
That's the universe I want to be and I want to live in.
Yep. Isn't it what did that one girl say? I want to live in your world, Mags.
Yep. That's
yeah.
the world I want to live in. Why
That's
is his
what- that's
X
what I want.
symbol, Cyclops' X symbol, so massive? Never mind.
Oh, yeah. Which X symbol? This one or this one?
That one, the one in the belt buckle needs to be a little bit bigger, I think.
Yeah, right.
All right.
So yeah, I mean, it's definitely an issue of something.
Of issues.
Of issues. And it's the first issue, so it's a number 1, so it's a key, kind of, I guess.
Sure.
Is it would it be the first appearance of like the X college or something?
The cameo appearance of the X people college. The X POC college.
Yeah. I'm looking at some of these comments. It was apparently Bishop's design looks fire, used to his bald look. I like him with the dreads. I'm not a fan of just the.
I need the Jerry curls and.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Like classic 90s. So Bishop is probably in an alternate universe in a different timeline, right? And will he be out of the Sins of Sinister arc? The actual alternate timeline is Sins of Sinister. Bishop was in the main timeline at the start of the comic. This one's funny. Scott and Jean seem blacker than I remember on the cover.
There's a printing error.
just a bit blacker.
Just a tad, just a skosh.
Yeah. I mean, it even looks like Wolverine and Colossus are. Well, I can't really tell if Colossus is. But,
easy.
Yeah, I can't say that. Colossus is looking chrome. We don't know. BBX. Oh no. Joe Matt drew a cool bald Bishop. I'll have to check that out. I don't know if I've seen that one. Oh, it is Trudeau. Trudeau would be at the college, at the Bishop's War College. He'd learn a lot there. Oh man, well that's two there. That's Batman Deadly Duo and Bishop War Comics. Or Bishop War College. 2 comics that came out this past week. One that was the best of the week, and one that was just garbage. Kyle, did you have a worst of the week that you read? I think you guys read like Red Goblin, Gold Goblin. Do you remember if there was one that you were just like, I don't think there were really any this week that we wanted to tear.
Yeah, we haven't torn anything in a minute. I feel like there might be one I might tear. Well, although that one will upset a lot of people.
Oh, because it's a book that people like?
Oh no, because it's historic for DC. CBR was talking about this issue coming out.
Oh,
this week. Debuting a new character that checks a lot of boxes.
I see. I don't even know if I know which one that is. You'll have to let me know.
One of the Lazarus tie-ins. It's the first non-binary trans.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
DC Comics.
Masculine trans, though. I think that's what the title was specifically. Something like that.
Yeah,
The one who can do the still force.
Yeah,
Yay.
correct.
Yeah.
Correct. They are a very interesting looking person.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just excited for the first appearance of Knobgoblin. I think that one will be really. Are you not tearing because that comics are less offensive, or are they just wearing you down?
That's very introspective. I'd have to really think about that. It might be a little bit of both. I trust me. There's nothing I love more than reading a really good comic, but I really love tearing the shit out of really bad. There's just something I absolutely love it, and I know it really upsets people, and I don't give a shit. But I really like. There's just something fun about tearing up a piece of shit, and like there have been books recently that, yeah, they suck, but like there's really very few recently that have like really gotten under my skin.
That's what I was gonna say. The past probably 3 weeks have been pretty shitty. I mean, there hasn't been like a book that has really stood out and been like great, other than Deadly Duo, at least in my mind. But then at the same time, there really hasn't been too many books that I've wanted to absolutely just destroy or even make a video on. Because normally, like if I see a book that is just so bad, I have to do a video on it. I'll do a review. But there really hasn't been one that has been like offensive. They've just been like dumb or weird or nonsensical, or just boring. You know,
And that's something that I write a lot. Like when I take notes, like I use that it's really boring, or it's really stupid, or it's rote and unimaginative, and it's like there are only so many ways I can say a comic sucks. It's like when it comes down to it, it's just they're boring.
And I think that's JK brings up a point. Sad when they aren't even good enough to make you mad, or bad enough to make you know what I mean? Like when it's when apathy. Yeah, it's like, because if a book does come around and it's like the worst thing I've ever read, and yet I still don't want to rip it, that's when I know apathy has fully set in and I do not care about comic books anymore. But the fact that I still want to rip books that I've seen that are just offensive, or like pandering, or just straight up like propaganda, like that, I absolutely want to rip. But if I don't feel that, if I get that apathy set in, I'm gonna be like, uh-oh, that means I just don't care, and that's not a good place to be in. So
I know I need to keep my edge.
That's what keeps people watching y'all's Skippets and Mez. They like that Kyle fire,
I know
they need it,
and I have to give it, and that's what I have to be there for the people.
Yeah, of course.
I'll never mince words. I'm going to tell you if a book sucks. If I think a book sucks, I don't care who wrote it. I don't care who drew it. I mean, I would want that. It's like in the book that the book that I wrote, helped write, whatever you want to say, if that comes out, everyone hates it. Okay, that's fine. You have your opinion. Yeah. That's okay.
That's okay, because I will shill for you. So you at least know that you have one shill. So even if you get a ton of haters, you'll have a shill in me. But no, I will review the book, based off of merit as well. And I think that there will be people that will have to review your book, and some might have to remove creator from creation. I've been able to do that with Mark Waid. I honestly, I missed the boat when he was doing all that awful stuff with Richard Meyer, and he was posting a lot on Twitter. I wasn't a part of that era, I guess. So I didn't actually see that. And so I think that probably helps. But there are some people that, like Mark Brooks, I can't separate art from artist. It's just, Can't do it, but I can objectively say that I do think that he's talented.
Yeah. And I know how it, I know how tough it is to put out a book. I understand that a lot goes into it. Now, do I think some people try harder than others? Yeah. That's true in every profession. That's true in everything. You have some people that just skate by. You have some people that are really good. And you got people in between that occasionally try and then feel like they can be like, nah, I could skate on this. But I still feel like everyone needs to be held accountable. It's like, I don't care who you are. If you put out a shit book that week, the book fucking sucks. That's not to say that you're a terrible person. That's not to say I hate you. It's not to say you can't write, you can't draw, whatever. I'm just saying the product you put out at that time compared to 40 other books that we're reading, it doesn't live up to that. And
that's perfectly fair, and that's a perfect delineation. And I think people get too hung up on, if you criticize my comic, you're actually criticizing me. I've had people come onto my channel and criticize, they'll come onto a video, and I respect the comments that are like, actually, I think you got this wrong because the information here says that this and that. And like, I'll read that comment and go, oh, wow, that person's right. Or that's a critique. And maybe I don't necessarily agree, but that's their critique of the video. Now, if someone comes in and says comments on the video, you're a fucking chud, go kill yourself, blah, blah. They're attacking my character and not the actual video. So there's a different, there's a delineation. When you're critiquing a comic, you're not critiquing the person unless you explicitly say, this person's fucked up and they wrote a bad comic. But
yeah, like Tom King. Yeah, we'll go after Tom King all day long. Can't write well. Like, there are some people who deserve the criticism, and we'll be more than happy to tell you who they are. But those people take offense to that because it comes back to what we were talking about. They're putting themselves in this book. And when they take offense and say, no, you're mad at me, it's like, because you put yourself into that book. And when I criticize that book sucking, that means you put yourself in there. And you feel personally attacked. It's like, well, that's what you get.
Yeah. I think people will either have, I think there's a difference between like a self-insert and putting your passion into a book. Because like, if you put your passion into a book and someone rips it, I could see how you could be like, oh man, that's my baby. That's my passion project. But if you put a self-insert into it and someone rips your book, then you're like, oh, well, then fuck you too, because you're thinking that's me, like that's my self-insert. You didn't like my character. That's me. Again, I think they're because I mean, I know you put a ton, like you've talked to me about your passion project, your book, and the way that you're going about that is incredible. Like, you are taking so many steps towards, a really, really cool passion project here. That I'm just looking forward to the fruits of your labor. But so I think there are some individuals that could see themselves being in the book just because of their passion, I guess, that's put into it.
Right. Now, is it because of my life experience is what drove the book? Yes. Am I putting myself in the book? You could make an argument that I am, and that's perfectly fine. But there's a big difference between putting my life experience in a book and me trying to work out a problem that I think a lot of people deal with, as opposed to being like, all right, this character's named Kyle. He's a fat piece of shit who's married and, has a job and works at a comic book store and makes fun of books and everyone makes fun of him and he's lazy. It's like, there's a big difference. It's like being able to make something, a life experience that people, as opposed to literally a character who looks like, it's like, okay, like you can separate that a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. When the character looks, sounds, and acts exactly like you, it's like, it's you. Who didn't think you were like, what, we weren't going to notice that you just put yourself into the book?
Right.
But yeah, I like this comment a lot. This is pretty funny. It's kind of like Jekyll and Hyde. Kyle reads the books and Kevin tears the books.
Boom, that makes perfect sense.
Kyle's the one who goes home to his wife and has a family and has a job. Kevin is the one who reads the bad books. And,
oh yeah, I show up here every Monday, ready to tear this shit.
I love it. Well, I'll say we could probably go for about till probably 7 my time on the West Coast. So maybe like another 10, 15 more minutes.
Sure.
Drew may not make it because I think he's still doing the other stream.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit.
Well, apparently everyone's going over to this other guy's stream, and it's like, well, shit, I'm chopped liver over here. But that's why you and I, you know what? We're gonna start our own stream. We're gonna do this on Fridays, and we're gonna be like, oh, sorry, Drew, you're not invited. But the last thing I wanted to cover, because oh, sorry, go ahead.
Nope, go right ahead. What are we talking about now?
This last one was pretty interesting. So I know that you guys read Action Comics 1050, I believe it was.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the stories contained in that issue was where John Kent finds a little prize, a little costume within Lois's closet. So John is looking for a game to play with the other kids, and he opens Lois's closet. For some reason, I don't know why he'd be in his parents' bedroom looking through there. But yeah. He goes, Mom and Dad used to play this with me all the time. Whoa, Mom, why did you keep this? And then Lois comes in. She goes, hey, yeah, we're looking for some. Were you looking for something, sweetie? Board games? We keep those in the hall closet now. And then she goes, remember when you went through your whole thing about personal space? I do. Basically, she's got a kink, and it's Superman's War World costume, where it's chains, you know, his Superman logo, the cape, and the collar, the God. So she's got a bit of a bondage kink. The thing that bugged me about the panel wasn't that his uniform that he like sacrificed himself in? Like he was constantly fighting for the freedom of other people as he was enslaved and chained on this war world
and beaten mercilessly and saw people die. Yeah.
Yes.
So
wouldn't that be kind of a touchy subject? Like, wouldn't that costume be something of importance to him and not just a sex, costume?
You would think. I equated it to, this is basically Homer Simpson with the Mr. Plow jacket. And
I thought you were about to say the makeup shotgun where he like blows it in Marge's face. Yes. Yeah. Oh, Steph, I'm glad you're still here. I hope you're having a good time.
Yay.
So yeah, but no, you're right. It's something that I feel like has a lot of meaning and there's a lot of weight behind this thing. Like I'm pretty sure those are still blood stains on it. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, taken seriously, held with respect, unless it's somebody's sexuality or pronoun preference. They don't give a shit. Everything, it's like, let's take the piss out of everything except your own personal bullshit. And it's like, okay, great.
So with that panel, so there's the context. There was an individual on Twitter. Their handle is the best of Clois, of C. Lois, Mr. and Mrs. Soups. And he put out this panel that basically said it's Superman and Lois. And I think it was like one of the backstories or something in the issue. And Clark says, as for the suit, let's just say your mom did the packing. And Lois says, it's historically accurate and even more important, trace sexy. Trace sexy. And John goes, yuck. This tracks. Like, it's historically accurate. It's the black suit. she likes him in it. She likes looking at him in it. That doesn't mean that she's pegging him in it.
Exactly. Big difference.
Yeah. So did you, I don't know if you saw this panel. Did you see anything wrong with this one, or was there anything that like stuck out to you or anything?
No. Like, I don't know how you're comparing apples to umbrellas. Like, what are you, what are they trying to say here?
Yeah, not even within the fruit category.
Yeah.
These two are in a relationship. They're married. Lois loves looking at Superman. Of course she would. I would love looking at Superman. Like, let's all be real here.
That's like my wife saying, hey, I like when you dress up and wear a suit to work. You look really nice.
Perfect example. She would say, "Très sexy," I'm sure.
Of course, every day. And I'm like,
Exactly.
easy, but all right.
You're like, easy. I got to go to work. You know?
I know. Like,
so what the other thing I like that she says, she goes, it's historically accurate. And it is. The black suit has so much significance to it and so much history. And she respects that suit. Same thing with what should have been here. Like, she should have been like, it's historical. It means something. It's important. It has weight. It has value. It has significance.
Yeah, that could have been a very somber, important moment. Like, he sees that and he's like, Dad, why the hell do you still have this? Like,
yeah.
Why would you want to keep this? Why would you want to look at this? And like, that's when you have a sit down and be like, this is why I have this. This is why it's important. This is why we don't tear down statues of our past. This is why we don't rewrite history. This is why we have these things. This is why you see, you know, service members with flags and medals and stuff hung up on the, it's like, yeah, I earned that. Do you know the shit I had to put up with to earn that? Like, that's why I have this, because it's important to remember who we are, where we came from, why I am the man I am right now, and what I've learned from it. Not, hey, yeah, I like to wear this when we have sex. It's like, why is everything about sex? Why are we making that okay? And it just goes all, it's like, none of you know how to write anything.
No, and dude, bravo. That I could not have said any of that better. There's a reason why veterans, law enforcement, you know, all of these service members, first responders have medals, flags, uniforms framed and hung up in their homes because it's significant to them. It means something. There was sacrifice behind those things. And the thing that I think that I really loved what you had to say, and this is why I think there are people that are could change the dynamic of this and really bring something even heavier, is this could have been a sit down moment with John to say, do you know what your father had to sacrifice on Warworld? Or like, do you know the type of pain that he had to go through? And John could have been like, no, I don't know what happened. Because I don't think John knows. Does John know what Clark had to go through?
Said.
Right. And so what you brought up, what you mentioned, that how to write that story, that would have been so much more impactful. And it would have probably bonded Lois and John, or Clark and John, together even more so. But instead we get a goofy, hey, personal space. Remember, jokey, you know, we're going to have sex in this later. Oh my God, so embarrassing. Oh my God. It's like,
it's like you completely missed the point.
Yes. You had a moment that could have been important and meaningful, and you chose to make a joke out of it.
Because that's life.
So, back to Twitter. The Tom Will Thirst responds and says, Lois is supposed to be Clark's loving and supportive wife. Now, I don't necessarily agree with this take, but this is just what this individual said. He said Lois is supposed to be Clark's loving and supportive wife, not a kink whore who likes to fuck in the sky and make her hubby wear sexy outfits for sex purposes. That's my problem with. And then he adds Philip K. Johnson. Now, I don't think this makes Lois a kink sex whore. I just what?
That's going a little far.
It's a little far.
A little much.
But I I still don't agree with the panel. I don't agree with the way that they went about the story. But PKJ actually did respond back, and he said, if you have the power of gods and you don't use it to make your partner feel like a goddess when you're together, you are seriously doing it wrong. Part of Lois and Clark's relationship is how into each other they are. Also, kink and whore don't mean the same thing. Grow up. I don't know if you saw this tweet or if you saw this reply by PKJ, but what are your thoughts to his response to Tom here? I agree with some things. I don't agree with some things. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, I agree. Kink and whore don't mean the same thing.
Right.
Like, I'm okay with that. This all comes back to, why is this in the book in the first place? Why is this even being brought up? Yeah. Yes, they're married. Yes, they love each other. We know that. You've been reading Superman comics since forever. You know that they love each other. They're married. They probably have sex. So what? Do we have to? I don't know. It's such a weird hill to die on. I don't know.
I think that's a great point. I don't really know why it was in the book. I think, maybe just to bring some levity or to bring a joke, but it could have been done maybe a little bit better. I think where I like what PKJ or Philip Kennedy Johnson had to say, what he did say, which is kind of cool, is like, if you have the power of gods, but you've chosen to be with a human, you're probably going to show them, your love for them immensely. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to have the power to show them. It's like Thor and Jane Foster. Like, Thor he's chosen Jane over Valkyries. He's chosen Jane over gods, literal gods of the universe. And he's chosen a human. And there's something powerful about that. Same thing with Superman. He chooses Lois because he loves the fact that she's human. Her humanity is what he's interested in. But that doesn't mean that, like, they're going to use the chain uniform to have sex in. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there are much better ways to where you can describe how into each other they are than doing that little closet scene. I don't know. But
yeah, it's just it's again, let's get people talking about a book that no one is probably going to be reading anyway. And we need to just put something in here to upset the chuds or whatever the fuck term they want to use, and to get, it's like, can you just tell a good story? Like what are we doing? I'm glad I don't have Twitter anymore.
Oh, dude, be very, very, very glad that you don't have Twitter. It's a cesspool. And it's not because, Elon Musk has taken over. No, it's always been a nightmare and a disaster, and it will always be a nightmare and a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
Eric says, hey, she's blessed to have the hunkiest dude in the multiverse, so she enjoys her husband. Yeah. Hell, if I were Lois, I would enjoy him too. Absolutely.
I just wouldn't want him to wear a costume to where he was getting the shit kicked out of him every day.
Yeah, that might feel a bit weird. So
seems a little much.
Mr. Negative says, thought this was pretty funny. I don't know, man. I just, like I said, I think maybe with the right context, it could be funny, but with the weight of what the costume has, or I shouldn't say costume, the weight of the uniform, that's why it didn't make it funny to me. Like, if it were something else, maybe it would have been goofy, but like, I didn't understand the humor.
Yeah. When it was built up, Lore World, how long was that going on for?
Dude, yeah, months.
Long time. And they were making it very serious and somber. So if it was coming out of a jokey joke series and he was wearing this, fighting Mr. Mixuplick or whatever, and who gives a shit, it's like, and he was romping around through the Silver Age, and it's like, okay, fine. But when you're taking it from a serious story, why then all of a sudden, no, it's supposed to be funny, relax, take it easy. Why are you getting all bent out of shape? It's like, because you're taking the piss out of it, and you shouldn't. Can anything be held sacred anymore?
Right. And now, because it's not, we didn't put the significant weight on the comic book. You did.
Right.
You, like the writers and the editors and DC was telling us this is a big event. This has weight to it. Superman is going through change. He's lost his powers. He's sacrificing himself. He's getting the shit beat out of him. He's trying to save this world. Like this has weight to it. And so we as audience members are going, oh shit. Well, then maybe that's that's what you want us to get from this. So all right, fine. But yeah. This one, just some rando hot take. Service member identity politics are just as cringy, heavy-handed, and overbearing as LGBTQ identity politics. Same shit, boys. Your opinions don't matter more just because you served. Just some rando. What does this have anything to do with identity politics? Because we've served law enforcement and military. What identity are we trying to portray? We're saying that things need to remain sacred. Some things need to have honor and respect towards them. And I don't think that's heavy-handed. I think that's just showing respect towards something. So I don't know what the same shit is. Like, there are far-right conservatives that are like, that their takes are cringy. Yeah, sure. I don't agree with a lot of things that some of, extremists say, but what does Superman's costume have anything to do with identity politics here? And why is that the same shit? Yes, that's where I push back on that. But
it's always in the middle. There is a gray area in everything. And it's like, I would just like to see them take things seriously again. Yes, everything is a joke. Everything is stupid. Everything is dumb. It's like, can we respect something?
Yeah.
That's all I want.
No, and I think that's fair. I think that we can have something that we respect or hold sacred or hold dear or have some sort of reverence towards. But yeah, it's all implied. Don't think it means he wears it for a sec. What? No, he absolutely wears it. Why would Lois react this way?
Yeah, why would she be? Her face is red. She's blushing.
Why would John be saying, "Oh my God," and cringing? And why would she saying, "Remember personal space"? Like, obviously, if he found a dildo here, the same thing would have happened. Like, maybe even more awkward, sure, but like, that's the scene that happens. Like, we're looking at it right now. I don't know. It's not implied. It's showed. It's right here in the panel.
Literally, yeah. I'm not reading tea leaves here, and it's like, oh, what are you thinking?
Let me get my tarot cards out. Is that what those things are?
Where is that person gaslighting us? Is that the term? Oh God! Oh no! Being gaslit.
Lois wasn't on Warworld. She just likes this outfit that her god lover rocks with his nips out. I honestly think you guys view it as a cycling of sorts. Cycling? Of cucking. Lois is just like, damn, that's hot. So in the previous panel, so like, where was it? In this one, oh shit, no, that's not the right one. I'm looking for this guy. In this one, yeah, absolutely. She's like très sexy, like he looks fucking great. Like, I want him to wear this all the time. I love that. I have no problem with that. I just don't get, like, if he's wearing the chain uniform, like, there's no real reason for him to wear it other than when he was on Warworld. The black suit costume, I can see him wearing out in public because it has reverence towards like Earth. There's a reason why he would wear that. What other reason would he be wearing the chain costume than for them to be like having sexy time or whatever? And why is it hidden? Why is it hidden in her closet? Why does she not want John to see it? If it were the black costume, it wouldn't have the same effect.
Right.
But
again, we're not reading. This is a thing. Like, this is something they drew. They purposefully put this in there. Do not be fooled by this.
Because what I read from Philip Johnson is that he's saying, if you have the power of gods and you don't use it to make your partner feel like a goddess when you're together, you're seriously doing it wrong. He's talking about when they're together. I don't know if he's talking about sex or not, but he's trying to say that, that he's trying to do whatever he can in his godlike power to make her feel good. But no, I agree with him when he says like kink and whore don't mean the same thing. Monopoly, what's up, dude? Good to see you. Thanks for being here. He says this being a thing makes me lose interest in catching up on this arc.
On the head.
It's funny, Monopoly, because I didn't read the Action Comics War World series. I read the first issues from Future State, and then I read a few issues into the arc, but I didn't finish it. But some people say that it was a fantastic arc. Some people say it was boring and there was no point to it. I would say because I read that first part and then kind of gave up on it, I can't give you my full review because I want to be truthful and honest, and so I can't say if it was like the greatest thing ever or the worst thing in the world. I just know what happened, but yeah.
Fair.
But I know that you guys were reading it every month, so
yeah, we were. Drew loved it. I was less of a fan because I just wanted it to get over with.
Mr. Negative says, I think it's funny because it's kind of making fun of the fact that this costume always kind of was a goofy look for that story. Was it? I mean, so Mr. Negative, and by the way, I'm not trying to call you out. I have a totally different observation of this. When I saw the chain Superman and he was like gladiatorial, I thought it was pretty like gnarly. Like I didn't see that as a goofy costume whatsoever. I don't know if what you and Drew thought about the costume when he was in that gladiatorial chain type of thing. But
for then, like that's what I wanted. It's War World. He's supposed to be fighting for his life. Like that was the part of the story I liked. I liked the idea of it. Now, what we got was very heavy-handed, mopey bullshit of I'm going to sit in a jail cell and empower all the slaves, and we're gonna fight the tyranny, and we're gonna fight the system, and rage against the machine, and all that whatever bullshit. And it's like, but I like it when he fights.
I like when he punches people.
Yeah,
can he punch people?
Yeah. And, there's fighting, and it's a gladiator. Cool, because it's Superman, and do something.
Yeah, Mark McGrath says good story, went on a bit too long, could have been great with better editing. I could see that. Yeah,
I agree. 100%.
It was hyped early on and then heard nothing after a while. I lost interest and thought of picking it up once it was all done. Now, meh. Well, so Monopoly, I don't know if you remember in the very, very beginning, but in Future State, what was implied was that he was going to die and then be resurrected continually over and over and over again, day after day after day by Mongol, right?
Yep.
And he was just going to be going through this like torturous, live, die, repeat type of thing. Mm-hmm. And I was like, ooh, I don't know how that's going to work. I don't know if I'm here for that. And then they changed it and they did something different. They took away his powers. So they've gone through a ton of different edits, but I don't know.
Yeah, like I liked it when they did that in The Kingdom. Mark Waid did that with Magog. He kept killing Superman.
Oh, yes. Yeah. That's true. 10 pounds is stupid. You've got like 3 comments here. But this one I think is probably, he says, doesn't mean it's good or bad, but it's human for an Earth woman to get tingles about the idea of controlling a dude who could assassinate a president via self-applied orgasm. I'm not shaming Lois's kink. I if she had handcuffs in the closet, I would have been fine with it. It's,
Why are they
sure.
Never mind.
You know what? They should be somewhere else. But if there were something like chains or handcuffs, cool. You know what? Let them get their freak on. Everyone has their kink. That's fine. My issue that I continually keep saying is that the uniform has meaning. The uniform needs to be sacred. It needs to be held with value and respect. It's the uniform aspect. I don't give two shits about what they do in the bedroom, what their kinks or what they want to, for all I care, Superman could heat hot wax with his laser eyes and pour it all over Lois. I don't give two shits. That actually sounds pretty, like, that's a good story. But it's the uniform. That is what is upsetting, or not upsetting, but it's frustrating that it's like, why is this a joke? It shouldn't be a joke. If it's handcuffs, funny, I get it, whatever. We can move on. It's the uniform.
The uniform has meaning. Yes, it came from a long story arc of Superman in a gladiatorial ring getting his ass kicked because on World there is no yellow sun.
Yes. It has meaning. He has made sacrifices.
He was seeing people die. I mean, you would think he would have PTSD. He wouldn't want to look at it, but I understand it was taken seriously. Hey, there he is.
And Josh also says he was basically a slave. Yeah, the uniform is my primary issue.
Yes.
So anyone who takes my words and says something different, that's not it. I've had the conversation on this stream before, not this one particularly, but a few months back. I talked about how could Superman impregnate Lois? Because wouldn't his sperm shoot right through? Like, is it like a shotgun blast? I don't know. Like stupid conversations like that. I've had those on the show before. My issue isn't the sex part. My issue is the uniform part. But I see you, Josh, you fucking nerd. Get in this stream. No. I mean, hey, if you're home from work and you want to talk about gay shit,
come on in.
Come on in if you want to talk about Superman's uniform.
Yeah.
Prude, he says. Prude. Hey, Josh, you missed me talking about Batman's physique all night. Talking about how much I love Mark Silvestri's artwork. Oh, you're still at work. All right, no worries. But thanks for stopping by in the chat, brother. I appreciate it. Always a pleasure. You work too much, man. You're working.
Okay.
Yeah, you're working way too hard. But
talk about burning candles. You're burning at both ends.
Yeah. Mark says John is right, or Josh is right. Excuse me. Sorry. So he's Superman, like Superman, I get it, but we are virtue signaling Superman because he was sexualized. Superman is never not gonna Superman his way out of anything. All good. So sorry, I'm not really fully understanding the comment. I guess like if you're saying that I'm virtue signaling the uniform, sure. I mean, like, I don't know if I'm necessarily virtue signaling. I'm just saying, for me, in my experience, I would think that uniform would hold some sort of significance. I don't think I'm trying to virtue signal and say like, Superman is sacred. No one can ever touch him. Superman should never have sex. Like, no. Him and Lois probably have wild sex all the time, and that's awesome. I would hope that they're having wild sex. Like, how did John come to be? Like, that's John. Like, he, but yeah, burning both ends. Is that a gay joke? I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. What do you think?
We'll let you interpret that. Is there allegory behind it? I don't know.
That could be. Who knows?
Yeah. So, well, yeah, we've passed 3 hours, so we'll call it a night. But yeah, that was the last kind of story that I wanted to cover because I thought that was interesting.
Oh, real quick, look at the Flash poster, real quick. We'll get your
Oh yes, yeah, let's do that. Okay.
Yeah, drop today, and we're supposed. So this movie comes out in 4 months. We haven't seen shit from it, and so I think we're supposed to be getting a trailer during the Super Bowl, like the first hour into the game.
That's right.
So yeah, they just dropped a new poster.
Real quick, it looks like Michael Salome Salome. Michael, I'm so sorry. I always butcher your last name, brother. He donated $25 on the Streamlabs side or Stream Element side. Dude, $25. You guys are on fire tonight. Thank you so much. That is really kind of you. Michael, if you're still watching, brother, thank you. I do really greatly appreciate it. And for that, I am going to give you another classic movie that is probably one of my favorites, if not my favorite of all time.
Strength and honor. Strength and honor.
What we do in life echoes in eternity.
Damn right.
Hell yeah, Gladiator, baby.
Hell yeah.
Josh says, if I were forced to wear a uniform as a slave, I wouldn't wear it as a kink.
And that's saying a lot coming from Josh.
that's from Josh. Got him. No, I think that's pretty fair. Like, I think that's a super tame take. You know what I mean? Like, if I were in a place of suffering and I was told to wear a specific uniform during that time, and it was really difficult for me, I really don't think that I would be comfortable wearing that again in a setting with my wife. You know, I don't know. Yeah. So
I'm with you.
Yeah. I highlighted your comment, man, because that was what you put in the chat. That's what I saw in the chat. I'm not overreacting to kink. Like I said, it's not the kink. It's the uniform. I've said it thousands of times on the show.
Be as kinky as you want. I don't care. Just have some respect.
Yeah, Kyle's so sick of hearing me say that, so I'm gonna move on. I'm sorry, Kyle. I keep belaboring the point. And it belongs in a museum. What is this? A center for ants? You're damn right. You guys should see the things I've worn for Max. Oh no! Now Josh is outing my kinks. Uh-oh. No, I know you're goofing, brother, and like, you know, that's why we're having this discussion. Like, you know, hey, if I can't have the conversation of who wins in a fight, Superman or Goku, I'm not a true nerd. You know what I mean? Like, these are conversations that we have.
Yes, Superman would win, obviously.
Thank you. I'm glad that we're on the same page, Kyle. I meant Superman is never in danger. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah. I think the mindset that Lois has witnessed this history, so I joke about the idea of her being turned on by his temporary chain-based setback. Gotcha.
I get her being turned on by the fact that he's wearing a very skimpy outfit.
Yeah.
I get that. I get her being like, hey, this is a really hot thing for you to wear. But then he needs to be like, yeah, but you don't know what I did. Like, let me take you through what happened, and then you're probably going to see it differently.
Yeah.
That's something we can talk about, maybe, but
yeah,
you kind of need to know some things.
Yeah, he could have been like, you know, hey, I'll wear chains for you. Like, I think I can probably retire this uniform. But like, if you want to bring chains into the equation, we can bring chains into the equation. You know, like, there's nothing wrong with that. But you could probably say like, but this uniform, we probably shouldn't even use it. Like, it's not, you know, it's not
like,
something.
Well, let's throw some lightly like some kryptonite under here to kind of, you know, take my powers away for a little bit, and you can have your way with me, sort of.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, hey, cool.
Sure. They could come up with 1,000 different things. Yeah. Superman keeps the silkies in the special drawer. Monopoly, Superman has been wearing silkies since the 40s, brother. Like he was way ahead of his time. He was wearing the Ranger panties, on his uniform before I even knew I was even born. Josh says, yeah, those Black Cat uniforms. Tina has never looked so good. Just the cape. Just the tip, just the cape.
Just the tip. See how it feels.
For Superman, that's probably yeah, never mind.
Yep.
Anyway, let's on to the next topic. So what was it? Flash movie poster?
Yeah, the new Flash movie. I want to see your take on it because I've already seen it. I'd just like to hear what you think. But then for the DCU's big momentous movie
reveal.
I mean, this is James Gunn was touting this as a fantastic movie, and everything's fantastic, and it's so fantastic.
So is that and not to be a smartass? Oh, here it is.
There it is.
Because I was going to say, I was about to be a smartass, and I was going to go, is that it? But okay, so here's the poster.
Yeah, that's it.
So this is from Collider, the Flash movie poster Batcave. This looks photoshopped as all hell.
It's bad,
He
right?
he looks like he was just that's a layer on Photoshop that they just kind of plastered him in.
Yeah,
here.
and doesn't the '89 Batplan look like that was like an afterthought? No, like, oh shit.
We need to put something in here, eh?
Yeah, so people know what it is.
Yeah. Where is the light coming from, too? Is it like James Gunn? It's James Gunn's godly presence emanating itself onto the Batcave.
Yeah, he's the future.
Josh says it's testing incredibly well with audiences. Really?
If it's testing so well, why haven't we seen anything? Why are they?
That's a good point.
Secret.
Yeah.
Wouldn't they be like, we're gonna? It's been testing so well. We're gonna put this thing out here. This is going to be the greatest movie we have put out ever.
Yeah.
And not that that's saying much, but I just feel like this is a redheaded stepchild, and it's kind of something we pigeonholed ourselves into, and I don't know.
At the Batwing, at the Batwing, yeah.
Yep. People know that thing. Put that up there.
Yeah. They've seen this before. Put it in. It's super underwhelming. Like, regardless of the Photoshop or regardless of like the imagery, it's like, how is this a promo poster? What does this say? What is it trying to say?
I don't know what it's trying to. I have no idea what they're trying to convey with it.
That's the, and it's not even like this is so epic or this is so cool. It's just like, oh, I recognize that thing,
Yeah, like I got like the Dark Knight Rises poster, like seeing the bat cowl broken on the ground and seeing Bane in the background.
Yeah,
like, that conveys something. Comic book fans understand that, and anybody that walks by and sees that, it's like that conveys a message. Like you see Batman's cowl broken on the ground, and you see Bane walk. It's like, whoa, what the hell happens there? I want to see that. It's a guy in a red suit standing with a bat thing. Like, the fuck? Like, I don't know what it is.
Yeah. Like, and I think so, I've been reading some of the comments in the chat, and I think Monopoly and 10 Pounds might have said something like, to be fair, all movie posters are pretty shite. When I think about like because is this a movie poster or is this a movie like a promotional poster? Because like the poster for Northman, like if I think back to like when I remember seeing Northman in the theaters, that poster was badass. Like I think I remember seeing that one and being like, oh, this looks really cool. But the promo poster was something different. So I don't know if this is going to be the poster that they stick with for theaters, or if this is just promotion for the movie. Josh, I think the release date is June 16th. Is that what it?
Yeah, I think it got pushed up a week.
Okay. Okay, so it is a teaser poster. Yeah, I don't know. And the other thing too that's getting me is on the bottom here, it says worlds collide. Like that's a pretty big deal, and I don't get that from this poster.
Like you couldn't have done an OMA of like Crisis on Infinite Earths. You couldn't have different Earths or colliding and Flash.
Yeah.
Like, or the one where Barry Allen dies. It's like you couldn't have done something to evoke anything. I don't know.
Yeah. Josh says, to be fair, I think most of us said, what the fuck, when seeing anything DC film related over the past decade.
True.
You're not wrong. Yeah. I tend to be, especially with the James Gunn news, I was very underwhelmed. Very underwhelmed.
Yeah.
Like that news came and went, dude. I don't know if you felt the same way, but like the news dropped and like people were talking about it for like a week, maybe 4 days, and then like nothing. Like it just dissipated.
And no one's talking about it anymore because no one cares.
No one cares.
Just, all right,
Yeah.
what's next? What else do we got?
Right. Yeah. I don't know. So it's not. So it's normal not to have a trailer yet.
4 months before a movie?
I was gonna say, should we get a trailer? Like, what's the time frame normally from trailer to film? Because it's February, March, April, May, June. I don't know, man. I mean, it's getting close. It's getting close. Shouldn't we have one at least?
We had a semi bullshit kind of teaser, maybe. That's like, but so much has been redone, reshot, retooled, re-edited. I feel like we should have at least had a minute trailer at this point. Minute and a half, maybe. I don't know.
Something to get more hype going, right? Yeah.
I would think it, and who knows how much money they've sunk into this. It'll be interesting to see the numbers.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like 3 to 5 months, they're definitely in the window. So I mean, maybe we could probably be expecting something soon.
So yeah, and what the Super Bowl one does, I don't know how long it's supposed to be. I think they say
like true.
I don't know. So I'm really curious to see, and then I know they're supposed to be teasing something. I know Grace Randolph and her infinite wisdom has had fake scooping saying that Christian Bale may be showing up as the Batman at the end. Who the hell knows? I doubt it.
Oh Lord,
knowing her track record, so who knows?
Yeah, right.
You need to put people at ease because everyone's expecting garbage, and if it's testing well, you would think that they would be wanting to put this out sooner.
Absolutely. If this, because even like, so I did a presentation for one of my business classes, basically talking about DC and their management and their mismanagement, and I discussed Zaslav's. This was like months ago, and I discussed Zaslav canceling Batgirl, and was it Batgirl? What? Yeah, one of those. Mm-hmm. Licensing IPs out to other like industries and stuff like that. And I basically went over how I think this could be handled, how it could be changed. And most of the students and even the professor in the class were like, DC sucks balls. Like, it makes sense that these decisions are like poor decisions or something because no one in the class enjoyed the DC movies. So if you have a surefire movie that's testing super well and that could get people back on board to DC stuff, yeah, I say like go all in and just start trying to promote it as much as possible. But Josh is right. I think they're $5 billion in debt right now, and probably more so at this point. they're losing money.
They're hurting. And you would think James Gunn's press conference would have been like, and I'm going to end with the fucking Flash trailer. This is going to start off this whole thing. Fucking awesome. Here, you know, roll a clip. And then it's like, I mean, that would have been the perfect time to shoot something out and saying, here's the new guy that's going to take over. And, you know, in Gunn we trust. And I'm going to put my stamp of approval on this piece of shit movie that hopefully is good. If not, it'll be hilarious. So I think that would have been a good time to roll it out. But I understand Super Bowl, you get eyes on it. Everyone, DC fans, comic book fans, anyone, just regular Joes. I get it, but that's a good point. I'll bring this up because I think this is this comment is interesting. Wow, look who it is.
Chris Collinsworth slide in. There we go. I gotta hear that again.
Jabroni.
Hey, what's going on?
Oh wow.
What are we talking about?
Drew, I thought that you were going to leave on a high note, like George. All right, that's it for me. Have a good night. And you were just going to leave.
Oh, look who decided to show up too. Josh McDonald, finally. Jeez.
He's still at work though, unfortunately.
We're talking about the Flash Batman thing.
Yep.
The poster,
I just now saw that poster, and are you fucking kidding me? That's the poster you're going with?
Yeah, I guess so.
I am shocked.
Shocked, I tell you. Yep. Josh says, Drew. So, JK, this is interesting. Do you think they're holding off to be sure Miller isn't going to go off the rails? Caption again.
Look, I'm going to be honest with you real quick. This movie comes out in June.
Mm-hmm.
June. This movie comes out.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't gotten. I mean, we're getting the full trailer. Super Bowl Sunday. It comes out in 6 months. We haven't gotten any footage, no scenes, no other trailers before this on Super Bowl Sunday. Nothing.
That's why Kyle, not Kevin, was. That's what he was saying.
Josh was saying this is par for the course.
This is terrifying. How can you not feel comfortable? How can you feel comfortable about this? It's just.
But Josh was also saying that it's been trending really, like tracking really, really well with audiences right now.
What?
So, like high trend with this film. Josh.
Ow.
I prefer Tina over you, Josh. Okay.
Yeah.
And by the way, Michael, I don't know if you heard me earlier, but hey, thank you so much for the 25 donation. That was awesome. I got it on my phone. I got the notification. So hail to you, brother. Thank you. But yeah, he says every time I see Ezra, I think no Cavill and get pissed off. Yeah. Me too. And that's why
better than Ezra. Miller.
Oh God. And that's why I posted this on Twitter. I said, Ezra is still fully employed and has multiple projects in the works. The morals, values, and ethics of Hollywood and DC are on full display for all to see. And when you look at this photo, so I put this together, these are just a few. This like he has more, but these are the main ones that I recorded. Mm-hmm. Charged for drug possession. Recorded choking and assaulting a woman on someone's phone outside of a bar.
We all saw that, yeah.
Arrested and charged for disorderly conduct and assault. Restraining order filed against him. There was a couple that filed a restraining order. I think it was in Hawaii or something.
Yeah.
Because he found them in their house and said, "I'm going to kill you, bitch," or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Allegations of kidnapping and brooming, I'll say, because I don't want to, that in and of itself, he should be gone, right?
You would think.
And then you would think. And then found guilty of felony burglary and unlawful trespassing, which was the video that we saw of him, stealing all that wine in that person's home. These aren't even all of his accusations and arrests and charges. This is just what I could fit on this panel, as opposed to our man Henry Cavill, our Superman. Wholesome, humble, charismatic, charming, positive, loving, mature, professional. Dude is a class act. Guess who's fired from DC right now? You know what I mean? Like, it makes zero sense.
No, he wasn't rehired. He wasn't fired.
Honestly, how it reminds me. All this reminds me of the Mary Tyler Moore Show back in the 70s. Like the very last episode, the series finale. Everyone is fired from the TV network except for the worst anchor. I think Ted Knight. He's the only one that's still hired on the network. This reminds me of that. Everyone gets fired except for Ezra Miller. Arguably the biggest piece of shit is still on board. Warner Brothers.
Yeah. And when we know why. They have to promote Miller and talk good about him. If they put him down, it'll 100% tank the movie. Ooh, MG, it hurts me that I agree with you so much with that take, because I wish that this weren't true, but PR and marketing is everything, and it's going to be really important for this movie. So they have to, because you could even see James Gunn in his like little meeting or in his video. I pictured like a gun off to the side, his head, and him being like, Ezra Miller is the best actor that we have in DC. He's the best. He's going to be the best actor that we have. And I'm just like, it's not true. Even if he didn't have all that stuff going for him, he's not even a good Flash.
He's not Barry Allen. There's nothing about this character that says Barry Allen. Maybe Impulse, Bart Allen, maybe, but not maybe.
Yeah,
but not Barry.
Nope.
Yeah.
Jay Garrick, maybe. But wait, no.
Jay Garrick.
He also doesn't have a movie coming out with DC. They're going to get their money. You mean Henry? He also doesn't. Ezra isn't fired yet. As soon as the money is made, he's out. You know what?
Is he?
I think so. I think he's in.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Let's see. Same thing where I work. The incompetent morons get the promotions and raises.
Failing upwards.
Yeah.
Where I'm at, where I am. Fail upwards.
Oh, so Josh, you actually think that Ezra's out? Like after this Flash film, you think that Ezra's out? I don't know, dude.
I hope so.
What's
that would be great.
Is about how. Just think about this film. How frequently it's been rewritten, reshot, edited, and I remember at one point Michael Keaton was going to be the focal point of the DC film universe going forward, like Fury. Yep. And all that got scrapped, and this is it for Michael Keaton.
Now we're going to get Christian Bale.
Oh no! I think he'll be out too. I think he's too volatile.
I hope so.
Yeah. I don't see him being anything good in terms of marketing, in terms of acting, in terms of carrying out the character's legacy. I mean, now if the movie is good,
no, the thing is, like, if I know they're saying it's testing well, but if this movie is as good as they're saying it is, why hasn't there been like an IMAX 5-minute preview before a film? Why hasn't there been like a TV special documenting like the making of this film? Why we haven't gotten anything?
That's why I said why didn't James Gunn say, here's a 30-second clip from the Flash movie that I think is fantastic?
Something.
Nope, they're hiding it and pretending it doesn't exist. But
now
it has me skeptical about this.
But it could be
right.
Good. It could be.
I mean, typically, if you're hiding this shit up until a few months before it comes out, to me that says that's red flags.
Yeah. And if it is good, I think James Gunn's going to come out and say, here's a new plan for the next 10 years. Forget all that shit I said before.
Yeah, right.
Take it over.
Oh, yeah. MG brings up a good point. They aren't going to put more money into him, and unless it's going to bring DC more money, then they will put more money into him. But because he is a PR risk and a PR nightmare, and as Josh says, you've got to keep in mind he's played a part in damaging 2 franchises. I forgot that he was in Harry Potter, dude. So yeah. He has kind of fucked up 2 franchises.
The spin-off prequels thing.
The Fantastic Beasts that no one gave a fuck about. Nobody cared.
I
about
did.
No, you
No,
didn't.
I didn't care.
No one cared.
No one cared. Yeah.
You didn't ruin something that's already like nobody gives a shit about. You can't ruin something nobody cares about.
Yeah, I guess that's true. But Josh, remember Rings
4 months out.
Rings of Power though?
But still, I can think back to even when like The Dark Knight was coming out. Several months, if to a year, we were getting so much promo stuff for that film coming out. I mean, single character posters, toys, comics, snippets, anything and everything.
Yeah.
And nothing for this.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if even if we saw a preview tomorrow, say a preview or a trailer drops tomorrow or Super Bowl Sunday, right? Because that's in 2 days. So it drops Super Bowl Sunday during the Super Bowl, and it's like, big whatever. I still don't know if I really even care. I'm probably gonna wait until either The Authority or the Superman film or the Creature Commander. Like, I don't care about this film. What does it have to do with anything? So even if it is,
Batman, here you go.
What?
Hey, if you like Michael Keaton Batman, here you go.
Sure, yeah, and like, hey, member berries, remember this? Clap for this thing that you remember.
When I told you, Kyle, they showed the trailer a few months ago to like a select group of people at a convention or whatever, and there's a scene where Michael Keaton says, "Want to get nuts? Let's get nuts." And so I guess we're gonna see that in this trailer coming out where Michael Keaton says that.
I mean, maybe, and for a lot of people, that's going to be like, oh, I remember when he did that, like, oh, nostalgia. But I just, this movie has no impact on me whatsoever.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Yeah. Now, if it is good, it'll just have to be one of those things where I can maybe watch it once and say that I've seen it, or maybe I can monetize it and do a review on the channel. I'm not sure, but maintain cohesion going into the film. Once the box office dries up for it, they'll probably announce Ezra parting ways in a respectful puff piece. We'll see. But yeah, not just a PR risk, but with his issues, he'd be at a risk of not being able to complete a film. Not being able to complete a film and probably like damaging the brand. Like PR, yes, but the brand for DC at this point probably means more than anything. Because right now, when people think DC, they think dead company, or they think bad movies, or mistakes. Like they don't have a good yeah, exactly. They don't have a good taste in their mouth. So that's
But if he does get arrested and behind bars, he can be in Iron Heights prison in a jail cell. They can just
they just film him in jail. I wonder if that's ever happened before. If they filmed someone who's been in prison and then used it for a movie.
You can say he's Green Arrow. That Iron Heights, whatever script that went around like 10, 15 years ago with Green Arrow in a prison.
It could work.
That's pretty funny. Wow. Of course you can.
Is this shit still going?
We got the gang back together. Josh, you need to be in here. Leave work. Get out of work, Josh.
Get in here now.
Yeah.
Get in here. Get in here.
Wait, Josh, what do you like? Wait, what state is Josh in? Why?
He's in Texas.
It's got to be late there, right? Like,
yeah.
It's got to be like 9-10 o'clock, right?
Yeah. I don't. He's working too hard. Yeah.
So, Aaron, we're talking about the Flashpoint movie coming out. What are your thoughts on it right now, currently?
Oh, I'm not supporting any project that has Ezra Miller in it. I hate him as the Flash.
Based.
I didn't enjoy it.
That's a base take right
I
there.
think that I just look. There's just too many allegations of grooming and kidnapping children and things like that that his lawyers are trying to make go away with copious amounts of cash. I can't do it.
Yeah. No, we were going over his rap sheet. Essentially, I'd put together like the things that he's been either charged of, accused of, arrested for, or found guilty for, and there's a lot. And there was still stuff that I left out on that list, but yeah, I don't. I think there's a line that you don't need to cross, and that's probably one of them.
If the guy
I forget
just had
what
problems, if he just had drug problems and was drinking and things like that, that's all stuff that get some mental help, go away, get some rehab and things like that. But the stuff with the kids and the allegations of like taking that girl and just all the stuff that he's like seems to kind of be getting away with. I just it's.
Oh, you're a bigot, and that's okay. You can have your wrong opinion. That's fine.
Well, look at like Donnie Cates right now, and I know people just fucking hate on Donnie, but the thing is, he's not in a good place. He's not there, and I hope that people are reaching out to him that are friends of his and being like, "Hey, man, you need help. We're here for you. We're going to support you. He's going through a rough time." Ezra,
I don't even know Donnie, and I would try and help him if I had the ability, the access.
Absolutely. Now with Ezra, at first I thought it was just drugs, and I was like, I hope he gets the help that he needs. I still wish that he gets the help that he needs, but the help he needs right now is a prison cell. And that's, I mean, at that point, this is what needs to happen. I think that's the best help that he can probably get, but he's not going to get that. So there's a difference between, drug abuse and relationship issues and abducting, kidnapping children,
threatening to murder somebody over an argument about the origins of Parcheesi is a little above, beyond the pale. Like, you're like
choke slamming women on camera.
Yeah.
Choking. Yeah. He needs like, Jesus, Josh. Yeah.
I don't think. It's like who knows how far gone. I mean, we don't know like what's in his background either. It's like
he comes from a very wealthy family in Vermont.
Yeah, there's a lot of secrets in wealthy families that that they're able to keep.
Yep.
So he's probably been victimized himself, and that's part of the pattern. So I'm not I'm not without empathy for his situation. Like you said, I do hope that he gets the help that he needs, but the privilege of just being able to pay people off and not having to answer for your behavior and to have that self-reflective moment where you're just like, I've really hit rock bottom and I need to change. It's not helpful or edifying to him, so yeah, and I can't support it. And also it also goes along with just my complete lack of interest in this point in the DC universe. So I'm not going to say that's not a factor.
And that kind of
how many times has the film been rewritten, re-edited, and just over the last just year alone, not including the last 5 years, has probably been reworked. I mean, I just don't see how it could not be a mess.
I also can't get past, and maybe this is all for show, but like James Gunn saying like, oh, well, there's still a chance for him to be the Flash in this new, DC universe. And I'm like, okay, so there's still a chance for him to be Flash. And maybe that's all just saying it, because it's like, oh, we got this movie coming out. We can't just say like we're cutting ties with him completely. That might hurt the box office because people are like, well, it doesn't matter, does it? There's all kinds of considerations there. But just the optics of saying, we don't want Henry Cavill, but
that's the big one.
But there's a chance for Gal Gadot to stay, and there's a chance that Jason Momoa might stay as Aquaman, and there's a chance that we might have Ezra around as Flash. I think that's really bad optics, and I understand they're doing a different take on Superman, but at the same time, I think the way that everything was handled with Cavill was pretty shitty, and I also think that it's pretty shitty that they canceled Constantine 2 with Keanu Reeves. I think that's right. I think that's a mistake because I think that would have made money. Keanu's hotter than he's ever been as far as like the box office goes with the John Wick films, and so I think it's a big mistake. And I liked that movie. It wasn't Hellblazer. It wasn't comic John Constantine. There was a lot of it in there, but it was definitely a departure the way that we talked about these kind of movies in the 90s and early 2000s being. But I thought that it was a decent movie in its own right. Yeah.
Well, that brings up a great point. Basically, for the Flash film by itself, like besides the, even if there wasn't any controversy, even if it wasn't Ezra Miller, even if Henry Cavill was still on board, even if that all still happened, I think I'm with you, Aaron, on the fact that I still don't know if I have a lot of interest in this movie because it doesn't lead up to anything and it has no significance in the grand scheme of what James Gunn ultimately wants to do. And so I'm honestly, maybe I'll watch it. I was telling these guys, maybe I'll do a review of it on the channel or whatnot. But for the most part, like, I'm not going to go out of my way to go see it. Now, Dune 2, when that comes out, later this year, I will go to the theaters and go see that because I really go see Dune. That looks interesting. But this DC, man, I don't know. Until they really show something impactful, or until something is, within their new universe, I've just got this kind of apathy setting in. I don't know.
The problem is that when you have more bad than good of any particular franchise, like Star Wars now is in a place where there's far more bad, awful, terrible Star Wars than there is good Star Wars. And we're kind of seeing Marvel in danger of heading down that same path, more terrible Marvel than there is good Marvel. And with DC, it's definitely, you've got more terrible DC than you've gotten good DC. So, that takes a toll. That takes a toll on enthusiasm. And I'm just kind of like burnt out on superhero movies now. Because nobody's really done anything substantially different. It's all kind of very rote and very predictable, and I'm a little bit worn out. And I never thought I would say that. Like I would have thought that I'd have been like, give me all the comic book stuff that I can handle, because I never got tired. And when comics were good, I never got tired of them. And maybe if the movies were all good, I wouldn't be tired of them. But much like the comics, there's more bad right now than good. So I'm kind of a little bit burnt out overall. Yeah. Also, I don't like Ezra Miller's face.
I think we're
seems to change.
Yeah.
It's like when like the As for Eternals came out, that guy that kind of looks like him that's in the Eternals that plays like Druig.
Yeah,
Ezra Miller. Like, and I've never seen a Harry Potter film, but I have seen one of the Fantastic Beast films, and Ezra Miller shows up in that, and I was like, ugh. Like, there's just something about his face that, like, and I think this happens to everybody, and there's probably people in the chat that are like, yeah, that's how I feel about you, Sparrow. I don't like your face. But, it's like just occasionally there's somebody whose face just kind of like rubs you the wrong way.
Yes, just like fix your face, I'm going to fix it for you.
Yeah.
There's a whole Larry Miller bit about the different stages of drinking, and it's like, hour 3, you buy a drink for the guy at the end of the bar just because you like his face. And then hour 4, on the way to the bathroom, you punch out the guy at the end of the bar just because you don't like his face.
No, I think we're all in agreement there that something about him just rubs you the wrong way, and it's hard to support someone who doesn't have who lacks the charisma, the humility, the all the great stuff that we love within other actors and performers and creators. There's just something about him that you can't really get behind.
Aaron, have you seen the poster yet for Flashpoint Beyond they just released?
No.
Oh, Max, you got to show it. Yeah.
Oh, it's a classic.
Are you ready? Are you sure?
Because I know nothing about this, so I'm going into this totally.
Yeah, I just saw it a few minutes ago, and
it's something. Here you go. There it is. It's a poster.
They could not be any clearer that they have no faith in the Flash to carry a film, do they? They're just like, hey, Batman, guys.
Yeah. That's true.
Oh, shit.
I mean, like, anybody who's a big fan of like the Tim Burton Batman's gonna go, is that the Batwing? Like, that's all anybody cares about is seeing Michael Keaton. Yep. And it's just it's not enough for me to, because the Michael Keaton I want to see him as old Bruce Wayne in a Terry McGinnis Batman movie. Batman Beyond. That's what I want to see. Yeah. I don't care about this.
We're going to get him in this saying, let's get nuts. So
I would have always liked it if, I always wanted to do, Sylvani and I talked about doing little cartoons now and then and just dropping them on like webtoons or something. And one of them was like, I want to do that scene for Batman where he's like, you want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts. And then it was just them at the farmer's market.
That's good. Josh says that's all anybody cared about when they first announced this at Fandom. The DC Fandom event. That's a great point. This poster kind of screams Batman. Remember Batman?
Yeah.
I am actually surprised that they don't have like Michael Keaton's name on that poster somewhere, like like
true.
in big letters, so that you go, so that your normies, your casuals, like see it and go, oh, wait, what?
The Terry McGinnis thing that you brought up earlier, dude, Batman Beyond would be incredible. The only thing would be it would be tough finding a young Terry McGinnis. I don't know who would be able to play that role effectively.
Well,
and
he'd
still,
be gender
still be
swapped. It would be a woman.
Yeah.
A woman of color.
It would be Ezra Miller.
Yeah. That's true. I'll end with this, and I'll get your guys' opinion on this. This is the Shazam issue number 1 cover that is going to be with Dan Mora and Mark Waid. Are you guys hyped? How are you feeling about this cover?
He's smiling. He's waving. It's positive. I love it.
Yeah.
I love Dan Mora's.
He's given the old
art. Yeah. Dan was actually discovered by Darren Bennett and did a book with him called Quixote before Boom looked at him and stole him away. And now I like to see that the Dan's over there, living his best life, drawing DC characters and hopefully getting good scripts. I have a feeling that Wade, and you know what, this goes to the forgiveness of comic book fans. Is there's a lot of fans that just do not like Mark Waid as a person, but they still will go and support a book because if he's not running his mouth and he's just writing good scripts, people will forgive and people will buy. And I think that's kind of like the beauty of the comic book industry, and why I think that it's unfortunate that so many professionals insult their customer base, because this customer base is very forgiving. This customer base is very magnanimous in that respect. You're always going to have your online rabble rousers and things like that, with their anonymous accounts just talking shit. But the majority of comic book readers are very forgiving people, and and it's obvious. It obviously shows because people are saying nice things about World's Finest because Wade's doing good work there, and hopefully Shazam is the same, because I'd love to have a Shazam book that I could get into.
Absolutely. There is this is a great cover. There's another cover that I thought was a little more interesting. Mike Deodato, he's come back. He's done a Shazam cover.
Oh yeah.
And don't get me wrong, it's beautifully illustrated, but when you look at it, how he's posed on it, it's, I don't want to say villainous, but it looks kind of creepy.
So Shazam played by Ezra Miller.
Yeah, right. He's taking over.
Did you see the? I don't want to go. I know I'm skipping back to a previous topic, but do you remember? Did you see that video where he was getting arrested outside of the nightclub, and he's in a purple suit, and I was like, I feel like he's auditioning for the Joker. He's just out there going "Don't touch me, I'm non-binary." And he's yelling, and he's just out there, and it just kind of And then I saw. I can't remember the name of the site, but there's a site that does these little amateur cartoons, and they did one called "The Joker's Most Devious Plan Yet," where he's actually grooming teenagers and waiting for them to turn 18. And it was just
you showed me that video,
yeah, and it was I just felt that was did they see Ezra Miller outside the nightclub before they decided to do that, or was it just a happy coincidence? Because he really does come off well, they're not so different, you and I. We both find, we both operate within the confines of the law, but find little loopholes to have our fun with. And Batman's don't call it fun, Joker. I swear to God, I will break my rule. I will kill you.
Hey Max, you had it up. It was in the previous screen. You had it. Oh, there it is, right there. That's the cover. There's something about it. It looks creepy.
Well, look at those leg muscles, bro. Holy shit!
He did not skip
a leg day, but
no. But Aaron, I think it's the shadows. It looks too dark, but it just yeah.
His thigh is too thick. I'm pointing at his thigh right now, as if anybody can see where I'm pointing. His thigh is it's too thick. Look at how far back the shadow goes.
You're talking about this part, right? Right here.
Go even further back to the back of his thigh. Look at how thick that is. That is as thick as his waist.
Yeah.
This looks like the scene in Kingdom Come when he beats Superman there and he's standing over him and he's got that same pose.
I usually like Deodato. That's not a.
That's the first. Apparently, that's one of the first ones he's done on paper in a long time. He was showing it off on Instagram and.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like the upper body looks good. The cape looks good.
Yeah. But it's just too dark, too much shadow. It comes across as menacing. Comes across as just creepy.
The color palette is wrong for it too. It needs to be vibrant.
Yes.
I think that's what's really throwing it off.
Like that one you're hovering over, that one in the middle. That's perfect. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And even that one's a little more muted than I would say that you want to go with Captain Marvel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, more fun Wiz comics. That's what I want.
Like the main cover, the Dan Mora main cover.
He's bright, he's happy, he's like he's a shiny, happy people.
Yep.
Yeah, this is our Dan Mora that we love, that we know and love. This is he's hopping. Oh, go ahead.
I say, if only Joe had jumped over with us, he would have picked up on that shiny, happy people.
Yeah, I got the REM reference.
Automatic for the People is one of the best albums. Like he would.
Sorry, that went as Drax would say. Well, it went over my head, but as Drax would say, nothing goes over my head. I would catch it.
No, Joe was doing this great thing on the other stream where he was we started talking about music and he started like getting really into the weeds, like intentionally. Like, you're going to want to listen to Pet Sound, like just doing the whole, I don't know why, like I almost went to Adam Carolla doing like a Joe impression,
but. What was it called? The actual like plot line sounds very interesting, or the solicitation, that's the word I'm looking for. It says world's finest creators presents the world's mightiest mortal in a dazzling solo series. Dinosaurs from space, the clubhouse of eternity, homicidal worms and talking tigers, atomic robots, alien worlds, mad scientists, sinister curses and villains from throughout the DC universe. Welcome to the wild adventures of Billy Batson.
Sold. That's all. That is what I want. Sold.
I was gonna say that sounds fun. Like holy shit, dude. That sounds like a ton of fun. It's a lot of stuff. But man, does that sound creative and interesting?
I would expect from this series like this.
You guys like that better than like discussing your relationship with your mom in a diner?
Well,
that's a deep.
you got me there. I don't know.
Whose mom? That's what we're talking about. Is it my mom?
Or the kid's imagination.
And it even says from its weirdest and wildest threats. Like, yes, this sounds weird and wild and fun though, and that's what I think is going to be.
It goes back to the roots of Shazam. Did you find Mr. Mind and Dr. Gargunza, the robots? That's what talking tigers, talking Tawny, and it's like this is what I want. Yeah.
And I wish that Wade could just kind of like lose himself in these things and just kind of like, like just have fun and be happy, like, and just like maybe kind of shut the outside world out and get lost in the, just the sheer power of living in this, fun world where he gets to, do conquering worms and, like, I think that
we don't know what
that would be great. And I will say that, like, I do think that that's pretty good that, Wade still has the ability to, I don't think he's lost his love for these things like some of the creators have. Mm-hmm. I'm actually getting a call, so I've got to jump back off. But I want to come back and say goodnight to you guys.
Well, thanks for being here, brother. Yeah, always good seeing you, man.
I'll see you guys later.
Bye.
Okay, take care.
I'm ecstatic. I'm even more excited now after seeing those covers and most of them. But,
I'm there.
I think the only bummer for me, and MG kind of brings it up, he says, are people forgiving and buying though? I thought the sales of World's Finest weren't great. The thing that
they're okay. I mean, they're like in the 20s and 30s, the 30 range rank, but it should be higher. It should be a hell of a lot higher than it is.
It should be hundreds, man. You know what I mean? Like it should be like World's Finest and Batman Joker Deadly Duo should be minimum 50K, from what I would assume. Like I'm trying to be as reasonable within 2023 because I know sales are lower. But yeah, I mean, it should be beating out everything from DC right now, but it's not. And the thing that kind of worries me and upsets me is that both Mark Waid and Dan Mora are going to be coming off of World's Finest, and they're going to be having another, creative team take over. And so that's the bummers because I really love that book, that World's Finest book. And so to have those two guys off of it is going to hurt. But to have it on Shazam is going to be a lot of fun. So it's kind of like they're taking one book and they're going to make another book great, but this one might suffer, but it's already been so good. And I don't know, what do you guys think about having that creative shift, those creators change?
You know, I really hope they don't leave World's Finest. It's like Dan Mora is a talented guy. He's shown he can do a couple books at once.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to see like those two continue to do World's Finest and Shazam. That'd be the best 1-2 punch at DC that they could offer. But it's going to be a bit of a letdown. It's going to be disappointing if just one or two if one of the two leaves. It's going to be disappointing about World's Finest.
Much like Batman right now. What happens when you lose good writer, good artist? It's just like, whoa, what?
Yeah.
That's odd.
Oh, did you guys talk about Batman this week?
No, we're not talking about Batman this week.
Well, not the main Batman title, but we did talk about, of course, Deadly Duo, and then we went over, what was it? Bishop, War College, the Captain Admiral, Chief Captain Admiral Sergeant,
Admiral Captain,
Rear Admiral,
Sergeant,
yeah.
Rear Admiral Sergeant, yeah. Bishop, that's him, the old British salute with the palm up.
Deputy Doofus. Yep. Deputy Doofy.
So,
yep.
Yeah. Shoot, I was talking to Kyle an hour ago. I'm saying, all right, brother, we're about to hit 3 hours, so let's go ahead and wrap it up. And then, sure enough,
an hour later,
I come rolling in like Chris Collinsworth. Hey, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, guys? So, I think that we can wrap it up here, though. I think we've covered a ton of really fun stuff tonight. Just how fantastic the Batman Deadly Duo series is, and just pick it up. Just go read it. Just you will not regret it. How poor the Bishop series was, but and then some other stuff, some fun Shazam stuff,
Action
Flash
Comics,
stuff,
1051.
Action Comics.
For a while. We got into
1050.
I'm pretty sure. Well, I sent you guys. You guys should have the PDFs for 1051 and 1052. So
that's right. Yeah.
Especially 1052. I just sent you guys those PDFs the other day. So
So yeah, no, super fun this week. There was a lot of stuff that we got to cover that maybe not necessarily was like news for this week specifically, but just news that I think is great to cover, and always fantastic having you guys on. So thanks for coming by, and always fun having Aaron on too. And whenever Josh stops by in the chat, it's always a pleasure. And chat, thank you guys for your super chats tonight, for your support, for your conversation. I love it, man. It's always a pleasure. So next week we will be on the Comics Elite channel with you guys. So make sure to subscribe to Comics Elite. Do you guys have anything that you want to promote or plug before we dip out?
Yes. Check out Naughty and Nice Meet Red Sonja and Vampirella on Kickstarter. We're hopefully going to cross 45K here pretty soon.
Hell yeah. Nice. Yeah. Josh says, I'm a fucking delight. You're a delectable dessert, Josh. No, you guys can go check that out on Kickstarter right now. Miss Meow, Born of Blood, Death Rage, all in comic shops right now. You can go get those, or on the Comics Elite website, Merc Publishing website as well. And I think that's it. But once again, thank you guys for being here tonight. And chat, we will see you guys all next week on the Comics Elite channel. We'll see you guys there. Bye. Let's see if I can find the outro. There we go. All right. Bye.